1957 to 1970, 13 or 14 years for all those baby boomers. It explains the sexuality, believe you me. Have a look into that, what Neptune in Scorpio does. You see, Neptune has only gone around once since we've discovered him in 1848, I think it is, don't quote me. But he was discovered in 1948. Well, just 2 months ago they announced that Mercury's done an orbit, finally. But in the 60s, all through the 60s, all the way to 1970, Neptune was in Scorpio. Believe you me, that defines that generation and the sexuality of that generation and the awakening, because he's a liberator in that sense. Okay, you've got Jupiter here on the cusp of Scorpio and Sagittarius. What I'm doing is I'm just showing you that this person has got a particular constitution and configuration. The planets have given this person a particular configuration, different to yours. There will never be another one like it. There's only one person that gets this. I mean, you know, you could do the birth chart for various people around the globe at this particular time, but and they'll have similarities, but they will not be the same. Like no snowflake is the same, even though it's produced at the same instance around the world. There's never one the same. Yes?
Why is that?
Well, that's the beauty of the patterns of the Father, impressing itself on matter. Because 7 is the number of nature, 12 is the number of mind, mind over matter. The septenary, the serpent, is going around, Quetzalcoatl, he's creating, he's the demiurge. It's the creator that the mind sends forth, this mind. The dodecahedron, ether, the cause. It's the stillness, it's the oneness. And the oneness must divide or tip its balance in order to create motion, because everything you see is motion. And this is why this science is so important, because when you understand that and you don't get fooled into thinking that there's any substance in the elements of the periodic table. Gold is hydrogen, hydrogen is sulfur. They're just different states of motion. And in order to grasp that, I would suggest reading Walter Russell's book, A New Concept of the Universe. That man was had his pineal gland opened at a very early age. You can do research on him and find out, but...
that wasn't the one that did trypanic, was it?
Well, he relates to the world in his biography that's how he got to know nature. And you can't debunk him. Try and debunk him. You won't be able to. Everything he says is electricity and magnetism. Electricity gravitates, and radiation, the feminine, radiates. And that's what you get here. See? You get gravity, or rather radiation, and gravity. See, what's going on is equilibrium is here. Creation occurs where you pull something off equilibrium. Otherwise it wants to stay still. This is stillness. In order to, and it's oneness, and it's the universe. And in order to make the duality below sub-ether, it produces electrical effects, the suns, the father fountains. And they are responsible for everything that exists materially. And this is how it happens. We have, in this cycle, we have in the sine wave, the sin wave, we have the serpent, the 7. Everywhere you go, everything's a septenary. And we, as Manly P. Hall says, you cannot but run into 7s wherever you go, because we come from the perspective of a septenary. We are a septenary. We are a feathered serpent. The caduceus is in us, the tree of life, as I've shown you the Kabbalistic tree, the 10 Sephiroth. That's us. We are the living Christ. The Apostle Paul says the Christ is within. And it's this Christ, by the way, as I said before to someone, what's a crystal? It's Christ. Same spelling. Because it's crystallized light consciousness. That's Christ. And we're crystals. We're carbon crystals. Dodecahedrons, icosahedrons. We're all of this. And it's all motion. So this person, now I know this person, by the way, and that's 13 degrees. Uranus is 13 degrees in Leo. Okay, so that's obviously the middle decan. So this person is concerned with blood. This person will have blood matters to deal with. Now I've done hundreds of these types of charts for people, and I've always picked their physical problems. Pretty much, if you go, this is pretty simplistic, but you can pretty much go with this. Arians normally have headaches. This person won't have headaches, because these blue lines are trines and sextiles. Trines and sextiles, see, because these aspects, Uranus is aspecting with the moon, and it's fire with fire, that's a trine, it's 120 degrees, and that's giving good energy to that. You see? So this person will not have headaches, but if that was, say, if Uranus was here in Cancer, then you would have one of these, a square, 90 degrees. And then this person, being in the 18th degree of Aries, would have migraines. I've picked hundreds of these. That's what I look for. First thing, I look for the oppositions. You look for all these, malefic aspects. This person is an Aquarius, 21 degrees and 23 degrees. That's the third decan, Aquarius, rules the movements. Knowing the person, I can tell you, rest assured, that that's the situation. So you look for these things because, like acoustics, the vibrations that come from these orbs are like the acoustics that an engineer has to work with at a gig. He might have his 30-band EQ with him, and he'll start over here, and he's got 30 bands along the spectrum, the lower vibrations and the higher vibrations over here, and he'll pull out the frequencies that are feeding back. They're squaring or whatever, you see. So he's got that the opportunity to do that. Well, with astrology, those 7, as they go around, they create different dynamics in the solar system, and some of those dynamics are good and some of them are bad, depending on 2 things. The signs that they are in. For instance, Saturn would be happy in Capricorn because he rules Capricorn. So this person, wow, this is a good thing for this person. This person has some really good attributes and things to look to and build on, because what you have to do is transcend these and work with these. Know where they are, know where your weaknesses are and your strengths. So Saturn is happy there. The Sun is not happy in Aquarius, usually, because that's the opposition of the Sun, the detriment of the Sun, rather. So in astrology, each planet has its house and its opposition, its fall and its detriment, exaltation and its fall. Okay, so let's get that right. So we've got the humours, because the planets will be this. Okay, Venus is probably, I think, she'd have to be wet because she's generative. Oh, I can check that, but I haven't done a list of anything of that. But rest assured, they'll either be one of the active, virtues, or one of the passive virtues. Okay, that's isness. Yeah, and Taurus is I have. Taurus, and Gemini is I think. Cancer is I feel. Is anyone going to help me with this one? Leo is I desire, doesn't it? Okay, so there they are. Let's take note of those. We've got I am, I have, I think, I feel, I will. I will. Mercury and Virgo is I analyse. Well, that makes sense if you know Virgos. Venus and the scales, I balance. Scorpio, I desire. Sagittarius, I see. It has to do with the eyes, Sagittarius. In fact, that's one-eyed. According to Marcus Manilius, this guy has an affliction in one eye. The centaur, I see. Saturn, I use. In Capricorn. In Aquarius, I know. And Jupiter, I believe. Let's have a look at if the houses actually correspond with these. Well, the first house, and by the way, the houses go this way, okay? The first house will be here, in fact, because that's the ascendant, and the first house must ascend in order to be the first house. And then the second house follows the first house, so this is the second house. It doesn't go that way, all right, because we're following nature here. But the first house is dealing with life. The second house, I have, well, Taurus, the materialistic sign, I have, dealing with income, wealth, fortune, profit, property, livelihood, etc. Gemini, I think, the third house, dealing with brothers. Would there be 2 twins in Gemini? Pollux and Castor, brothers. The crab is the home. So the fourth house, which will of course be over here, that's 1, 2, 3 and 4. The fourth house, which we have to go this way to get its meaning. The crab likes to bring in her family. She brings things in. She's motherly. It's the moon is here, that's the mother. The moon is here, water is here, cardinal water. It's a cardinal water sign, it feels. It's a crab, motherly, and the moon. How many more motherly things do you want in the fourth house? So it's doing with parents and the home, right? Because remember, the sine wave is going to obey the influence. And as you'll see in a minute, you'll see that people born under the signs do actually have certain physical traits that prove and show that they are under these orbs or these signs or the elements or the modality. And you can go forever and forever with this. Man, I've had to guess some people sometimes through their element. and whether it was mutable or cardinal or fixed. And it works all the time. So Leo, the sun. What's that going to be dealing with? Pleasure, the lion, symbol of pleasure. It also has to do with children, joy, love affairs, gambling, clothes, the house of Bona Fortuna, the 5th house. This one is illness. This has to do with illness and mala fortuna, bad fortune, work, domestic chores. Well, domestic chores, that's where you do the most work all year round in the harvest of the Virgin. And illness, probably because of the decline of the sun and the mutability of the sign, and also where it rules, Virgo, the belly. And it is known to occultists that if you keep this in perfect health, as Thomas H. Burgoyne says, your whole organism will be perfectly healthy. Because all diseases come from the stomach being upset and putting things in there that you shouldn't be putting in there. Society has really given us lots of goodies to put in there that shouldn't be in there. Wow, processed food is the most dangerous of all because they've been cooked and processed and added to and refined and twisted and tortured, and they bake it and roast it and fry it, and everything's done to it, right? So where does the light go?
Taking the nature out.
We need to get the project Atlanteans if we want to.
Yeah. Okay, so are you getting this? You see, what I'm giving you is the tools so you can go fishing, not fish. I'm not just giving you facts. I'm showing you how to work out the houses and think for yourself. The first sign must be, the ascendant is Aries, because it is there. That's where it is. This lives here. This is how it is, and you do not change it. Never will change. Aries is always going to be the mid-heaven, and it's always going to be the top of your head. You can't put the fish here. The fish swim in water, and the brain needs electricity. See, that is electricity. Okay, let's do this. Electricity, magnetism. Chemical energy, kinetic energy. Now you're getting it. And I'd like to thank Johan for that. Check out pateo.nl for some good information which harmonises. He's a guy in Holland who's done some research, and it's good research. I hope I'm not doing the wrong pateo.nl. And he explains these fours. He's good with the fours, believe you me, with the elements fire, air, earth and water, and a lot of this science just perfectly harmonises with this. So you're working it out yourself. Obviously this must have to do with you, the first house. This must have to do with your fortunes. This has to do with your brothers, because the brothers are there, the mother's there. It has to do with your parents and mother and family. And this has got to be pleasure. Summer, midsummer, pleasure. The sun is in his glory in Leo. The dog days are here. They start here. You know, July 4th with Sirius in behind the sun, because they said, the ancients, that when Sirius conjuncts the sun, that's the dog days. And because of her electric forces, remember what we talked about before, how much influence she has on our solar system. Well, when she's behind the sun in the dog days, the little dog, Canis Major, Sirius, she's cooking us. And so this is pleasure. All right, the 6th house, sickness, illness, the stomach, and Virgo, and mutability. Partners. You, individual, just you. Your partner, opposite. Check out the opposites. There's a relationship. Short trips, Sagittarius, long trips. Anyway, there's many more, but I'll keep going. Virgo, so Libra. How about this one? This makes sense. What's the 8th house? Death. Scorpio. Generation. That's the testes or the ovaries. That's what Scorpio rules. They give death. They don't give life in the Hermetic wisdom, don't they? So it's the house of death. That's Scorpio, but it's not, you know, death is life. The philosopher knows that when you die, you live. We come from spirit into matter for a, you know, in the sine wave, in the spiral of time for a short period, and then we disappear back to where we came. There's no more body. It's in the grave, in the tomb, is it not? Scorpio has to do with that death also, because when the sun goes through that sign, which it is in now, what is it, the 6th of November, we're right in the heart of Scorpion energy, man. Fixed water, very emotional, generation, death and life, deep esoteric sign. These people make good priests. Yeah, they do. They go, their nature, this Mars with fixed water and Scorpio, because the serpent is here too, and the eagle. They have that eagle. I'll show you in a minute. I've got some photos of Scorpios, and you see they all have beaks, bird beaks. This is not, I'm not making it up. I see Scorpios all the time. I see that bird beak. I see the bird. I go, oh, this is a Scorpio. There's a Scorpio coming. You can see it. You can see the canine in Aries. You can see the feline in Leos. The bovine, the equine, you can see it. If you can't see it, you're not looking for it. Is the one-eyed. And the Apostle Paul has an affliction in the eye. And that's a fact. You can read the Bible, it's in there. Paul, Apollo, Pollux. So this is how you've got to think. When you start putting all these various bits of data together, then the whole piece just comes together. Everything connects. There is nothing that does not connect. Are you seeing that? Are you appreciating that aspect of this? You know, nothing's sort of wedged in and it sort of doesn't fit. It all flows, all of it. And it must, if it's a perfect science, and if it's going to do us any good. Why would Hermes give us? I mean, and Hermes, you've got to remember, is the guy who, as I said at the start, these guys, the indigenous wisdom keepers, they know how long Hermes has been around for. And they know that those guys were much more conscious and smarter than we are now. And there's one symbol of that to remind us. The Cheops. The Great Pyramid. Let's call it the Great Pyramid because Cheops didn't build it. And these guys tell the truth about this 50 or 60,000 year history of Egypt. And that's what the tour we're going to do. We visit all pre-dynastic sites and explain them. Yosef, the son of Abdel Hakim. All right, so this wisdom that was devised there in Egypt, you know, like they wouldn't have botched it up. There's no way. This priesthood was, you know, they didn't botch up the pyramid. It's perfect. The greatness. Engineers go there and they just can't comprehend. Most of the average person goes there and goes, oh, that's just a bunch of rocks. Let's go to McDonald's. You know, they see it as like, it doesn't look good, you see, because in the 12th century, the Arabs needed rocks. Sorry, the Great Pyramid does not have a top. They needed, hey? Yeah, they stripped the casing stones off it. You know, 1,000 years ago, if you were around, you went down to Egypt, you would have seen this was beautifully just, man, you couldn't even see a join between the two rocks. It was that polished that it was reflecting, the limestone was reflecting like a mirror. This engineering is the same as this engineering here, one and the same. And anyone who comes along and poo-poos this, oh, astrology, isn't that a pseudo-science? Well, that's the time to either decide whether you're going to have an argument or just walk away. Don't bother. I've learnt not to bother, unless I care for the person in one way, and I'll say, look, what do you know about astrology? And I'll get into it. But usually, half an hour down the track, you plant the seeds anyway. You can only do that. In fame, the 10th house. Fame. I wonder why you'd have fame in the 10th house. Well, the 10th house corresponds to, it is Capricorn, yes, but it corresponds to the mid-heaven, really, because that's the 10th house when you're going around 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're talking about the 10th house. And the mid-heaven is between these two houses. So this one is religion and fate and dreams and visions and learning. And this is your career, honours, dignity, authority, power, glory, distinction, etc. And so why? Well, obviously because the sun now is in its mid-heaven, and 80. And he uses the word Astrotheology. This guy also, the Reverend Robert Taylor, uses the expression. Astrology is that the churchgoers poo-poo the idea. And they deny that Christianity has anything to do with the stars. The original religio/science of this planet. You see, the Astrotheologia explains that the stars were originally the components of nature that were studied and observed with intent to discover our origins and many truths about reality. And what they did was they encoded books, writings in which they would reveal their discoveries to mankind. So they discovered a lot by observing the stars, you see, the ancient priesthoods. And in doing so, they realised that we were more than connected with the stars. You know, we were very, very connected with the stars. So what developed was a science whereby if we take notice of nature and the most potent aspects of nature would have to be the stars, the lights in the skies. They called them the spirit father fountains of life. And they realised that these entities had an influence on us. They observed these influences and recorded them. And the Bible the Judeo-Christian work, Hebrew, Greek writings, are nothing other than astrotheological themes. Okay, they are stories about the observances of the stars and their behaviour and their cycles, etc. So the first thing they do, the religionists, is they deny that the origin of their faith and belief is based on the stars. You see, so what we're going to do is have a look at some of the words and designations of the ministers and the people who practice in the churches. So we've got cardinal, deacon, sexton, monsignor, sir, nun, minister, pastor, monk, ceremony, bishop, orison, monastery, etc. Cardinal, this is, in astrology, this is the 4 cardinal signs. Okay, Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn. A deacon is 10 degrees of astrology. Sexton, having the word 6 in it, and having to do with astrology, just like bishop is, 3 degrees. 10 degrees, 3 degrees. Monsignor, sir. Sir is just short for the star Sirius, because he's the Lord. He's the boss. He's the brightest star in the sky. Yes, sir. Nun. Minister, here we see moon and star. Same with pastor. Moon. Ceres. Moon. Bishop, already discussed that. Orison. Moon. Star. Monastery. Now that's pretty much the designations that these ministers give themselves. Another good one would be elder in the L words. When you look at the L words, you'll notice a lot of L in there because of the sun, Elios. You see, in Greek the sun is called Elios, and in the Jewish system the Elohim happen to be the planets and the luminaries in the sky, the 7 visible orbs. And you see the words such as elect, elite, the elder in the congregation. He'd be a minister, would he not? A moon star, one who talks about El, Israel, Isis, Ra, and Elohim, evangelizing, etc., etc. I mean, these are all church words, okay? And so because the sun is the El who provides 3 things to mankind for their existence. And that would be love, light, and life, undeniably. For that orb has more love for us than any other. It's the creator of everything physical in the solar system. And together with the other 6 are what cause us to manifest in the physical realms. So we get love, that's very loving. We get light, we get 3 qualities of light, spiritual, psychic, and physical light from the sun, which gives life. And so you see all the L words with the 5 vowels, anything L, al, il, ul, ol. Here we have Olympians. Here we have bull. Here we have il, that's the definite article in Italian. El is the definite article, the male gender definite article in Spanish, male definite article in Italian. Okay, and we get words like bello in Italian. If someone is handsome, you say, oh, bello. Or someone's pretty, a girl's pretty, you say bella. And that comes from the L, okay, because nothing is more pretty than the sun, especially in the summertime when he revitalizes the planet. And so, of course, and the Bible is related to Babel. Babel and Bible are the same word. Babel means circle of the sun, the Zodiac. Okay? And of course, and it's related to bubble, circle. Bubble, Babel, Bible. Bel is Baal, the god Baal. And he also, if you put an O on the end of that, you get the Italian word for good looking. Bello, because Baal is the sun. He's glorious. He's Prince Charming. Okay, so these il, el, al, ol, they are all the sun, the El Lord. So when you hear expressions like the Lord Jesus Christ, Amen, these are all different words for the sun. Okay, Lord, yes, yes means the sun. There we have the golden orb himself, beautiful, Prince Charming, bello. And there are the words, the letters, I-E-S. In Greek, I-E-S is yes. And that's
I have chosen this time and place to discuss a topic on which ignorance too often abounds and the truth too rarely perceived, and that is the most important topic on earth, peace. I speak of peace because of the new face of war. Total war makes no sense in an age where great powers can maintain large and relatively invulnerable nuclear forces and refuse to surrender without resort to those forces. It makes no sense in an age where a single nuclear weapon contains almost 10 times the explosive force delivered by all the Allied air forces in the Second World War. It makes no sense in an age when the deadly poisons produced by a nuclear exchange would be carried by wind and water and soil and seed to the far corners of the globe and to generations yet unborn. To secure these ends, high-level discussions will shortly begin in Moscow, looking towards early agreement on a comprehensive test ban treaty. To make clear our good faith and solemn convictions on this matter, I now declare that the United States does not propose to conduct nuclear tests in the atmosphere so long as other states do not do so. The United States, as the world knows, will never start a war. We do not want a war. We do not now expect a war. This generation of Americans has already had enough, more than enough, of war and hate and oppression. No government or social system is so evil that its people must be considered as lacking in virtue. As Americans, we find communism profoundly repugnant as a negation of personal freedom and dignity. But we can still hail the Russian people for their many achievements in science and space, in economic and industrial growth, in culture, in acts of courage. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal.
Question, not central, I think. The assassination of John Kennedy was not a family affair, and the forensic evidence, I think, indicates what happened, whether the family was willing to accept it or not. But I'll tell you something which might shed some light upon what some members of the family thought. A man who went to school with Robert Kennedy went to a different school with Jim Garrison and became the contact between the two of them. He visited Jim Garrison in New Orleans while the preparation on the Clayshaw case was going forward, and he said to him, "Bobby wants you to know that he completely supports the work that you are doing. He cannot say anything about it publicly now, because he said there are guns between him and the White House. But when he is elected president, if he is, then he will break that matter wide open." And Garrison's answer to this gentleman was, "I think his life is very much in danger, as long as he is the repository of any exclusive information. And because of the powerful person he could be on this question if he spoke, his life is in danger. And I think that he's making a terrible mistake," said Garrison, "and thinking that he's going to wait until that moment when he has the power because he's president. Because there's no sanctuary in the White House. He should know that his brother was killed not when he was running for office, but after he was elected. Why don't you take that back to him and ask him to speak out openly and publicly now?" And I was in Garrison's office when the emissary returned after having seen Robert Kennedy. And Kennedy's response through this contact, this courier, was, "He understands what you're saying, and he will speak out as soon as that last primary is over. He'll speak out and break the story then. But he does not want to do anything which will interfere with the primaries. He thinks he has them won now." you don't have to take my word for it, because on numerous occasions that question was asked after I was present and heard that conversation. And all I could say then is, well, feeling I couldn't portray that confidence, which wasn't even delivered to me, I was just a bystander listening. All I could say is, it's not a family affair, let's look at the forensic evidence. Then one night I was doing a television program in Washington, D.C. It was a two-way TV show, and the live studio audience was Jack Anderson, as a matter of fact. And people were calling up, and that question was asked, except it was specifically, what's Robert Kennedy's position on the assassination of John Kennedy? And I started to say, well, I'm not sure it's irrelevant. I said, 1 second. This is the primary night out there. And it's 10 o'clock here in Washington, D.C., 7 o'clock out there. The polls have closed or about to close. Nothing I say in this local program is going to reach there in any event. I'll tell you. And I told that whole story. I said, so we can just look forward to later this evening, or early tomorrow morning perhaps, if Bobby wins, or perhaps even if he loses and he's out of the race, but certainly if he wins, we can hear him maybe for the first time speak openly about his feelings on this question and how he is now dedicated to breaking the case wide open. Jack Anderson was there, in fact, and wrote a column about that, because a few hours later, Robert Kennedy did not break the case wide open. He was shot, and soon after that he died. And Jack Anderson wrote a column about what he had observed, which he referred to in his column. His headline was Ominous Prediction, which he told the story of what I'd said on the program, but actually it was not, the ominous prediction was not mine. It was Robert Kennedy's, who had spoken about the guns that stood between him and the White House. That's, as far as Teddy Kennedy is concerned, I don't know. I know that for a long time Bobby would not talk about the case. I was one of John Kennedy's 2 campaign managers for New York City when he ran in 1960. And worked close. Bobby came in, there were always problems because there was a reform movement with Eleanor Roosevelt and Herbert Lehman, Tom Finletter, and the regular organization led by Carmine DeSapio. And there were always trouble between the two factions during the campaign, and Bobby was always flying in to give direction, so to speak, in a relatively ruthless fashion, but in any event, he came in regularly. And so we had this working relationship of sorts. And after the assassination, I called him some weeks later, and said, I want to talk with you. I said, all right. We set a date. This was Tuesday. We set a date for lunch on Thursday. And he said, you don't want to talk about that matter, do you? I said, you never even referred to it. I said, you mean the assassination of your brother? Yes. I said, that's what I want to talk about. He said, I will not talk about that. I will not think about that. I will not talk about that. He said, is there anything else you want to talk with me about at lunch? I said, no, just that. He said, well, there's no sense having lunch then. And I said, you know, I think that you have a great responsibility. He said, I don't want to hear about my responsibility, about that, and I will not talk about that. I called him 2 or 3 more times. The conversation was almost identical, and he would never talk about the assassination of his brother until he was ready that last moment, and then it was too late. I never talked to Jackie. Jackie testified before the Warren Commission. We know that when they ask about what kind of a dress she was wearing and various other things, that the evidence, the testimony is printed in full. When she was asked about the only relevant thing she was asked, the wounds that she observed on her husband, who, as you've seen the film, who was in her arms, it said, bracket, all reference to wounds deleted, close bracket. So we don't know what she told the Commission. I don't know of any investigator who she did talk to. It's not necessary, you see, because, as I say, it was on a television program, the entire discussion, prior to the time that Bobby was shot.
The intermediary that you mentioned this man and you named him.
Yeah, I know his name, of course, because I was there in the room. It's a confidential.
that's true. Yeah. Where'd the steel come
So,
from? Tesla said the ether is the primary substance filling all space. Spoke of an electrified universe. Of course, you know, in 1903, George Woodward wrote the great book, Electricity is an Electric Organism, for which I've read a few chapters. They sent me a nasty email saying that someone might claim it as copyright, so it scared me away, but I still do have them. They're on the down low. I don't know if I should start showing them again or not, because it's in the public domain. It's over 100 years old. I don't see how I could get in trouble. I'm going to redo that. For God's sake, they have been ignored for too long. And we are to blame, actually, because now we know the universe is electric. How long will we have to wait to be told any kind of truth, except to be afraid? That's why I stopped watching TV. That has to go. They created tragedies, then they stomp them out. Take more freedoms away, then move on to the next obstacle. There always has to be another obstacle. Lots of good to do in Texas, as Captain Red Legs once said. We still do nothing. We should. We better start caring soon. If not, we won't have a lone planet to live on. I mean, they definitely poop where they eat. Modern science is saying things now that before we only heard from thunderbolts. I know it's getting close to taking over. Everything is connected, is what they're saying now. The islands of space. So things go forward. Is going to be inevitable. It must be changed. Everything that needs change. We need to change it. If we do not settle our emotions, even from a breakup, for example, we're doomed to repeat the failure. One has to deal with all of the issues of a relationship. I had a terrible breakup. I lost everything in 1 year. It needs to be resolved. We should take our time to heal, but we don't. We run right out there and try to replace the person we lost because we're afraid of being alone. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. But by being alone for 8 years and rationalizing everything out of my last relationship, I knew that the devil I didn't know was me. I just needed to get to know myself, and I did. It was one of the greatest things. I'm still alone because I just don't need a relationship right now. Anyways, I'm speaking about emotionally immature people, which is probably a very high percentage of the population. No doubt. They never turn inward. They always turn outward to authority. In this case, with me, with this cancer, I don't even like to say the word, honestly. I turn inward. I'm trying to do everything I'm supposed to do to make sure I stay here with the people I love. And that includes you. So, anyways, they're probably a high population, a percent of the population. That's where I wrote the song, Wounded Soul, from the depths of despair, being alone. As in, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. When I hit rock bottom and began working myself out of it, I realized, and it's very liberating doing that, but it's also very hard. Starting over is the hardest part. I realized the devil I didn't know was me. At that point, I realized that I got to know myself better. And I did. It took 8 years to heal. And there are some things I still won't heal over, but you just have to learn to live with that. But the biggest thing in the world that I think kills us is stress. We have so much stress on us today with bills and inflation and, kids and careers. And it's tough to remember your body and to keep it in shape because we're meant to be mobile. We're not meant to lay around a corner. Hey, Grouch. Can you hear me, sir? Am I buzzing?
I think that's it. That's all I wanted to hear.
But tell me the truth.
Yeah, okay. All right, guys, so we can chat now. I just wanted did you listen to that, or are you still listening to it? We can talk. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got my headphones turned off. It might be why. Yeah. Okay, you guys there? Hello? Edusa? Grouch? Yeah, we can chat now. I just wanted to play that little, 7-minute blurb. Yeah.
Okay, glad.
Yeah, you know, like, I've read that a few times. People have rarely ever turned inward in a crisis. They always look for an authority figure.
Yes, I'm here, Greg.
Yeah.
Yes, that was very well said.
Did you like that?
That was well said.
Yeah, brilliant. I really enjoyed the Solari Binaria.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
It raised a couple of very interesting points for me, which I'd just like to.
Go ahead. Sure.
Well. I was listening to this YouTube channel, the Prehistory guys, and we're pretty. And anyway, they were mentioning that they've discovered evidence of ploughing. I think they said from 9,000 years ago, so 7,000 BC, which is far earlier than has been previously thought in Europe. Now that is in Switzerland, Latin culture, which we've been mentioning quite a lot. Latene is the Latin culture, and it seems like these might have been the seed race for sort of the blue-eyed blonde people.
Right. All blue-eyed people
from that kind of area.
I've heard that all people with blue eyes are related.
Yeah, well, I've got blue eyes.
I got green eyes.
But anyway.
I have green eyes.
Yeah. But anyway, so they've discovered this very clear evidence of ploughing being done. When, of course, these people were meant to be complete Stone Age, like almost like apes or something. So they were actually ploughing the fields back then. They've actually got the furrows, and they were fertilising the soil with lime, I think they said, crushed bones and charcoal. And then made furrows. And anyway, apparently the river, a nearby stream, flooded and covered the thing in silt, and thereby preserved it with all the carbon dating material, stratified perfectly. And so they were able to date this stuff very, very accurately. But the interesting thing about this is that they found cow hooves next to all these. Well, it had obviously been they've been using beasts of burden to pull these yokes that they were ploughing with, and. But not only cows, there were goats. They were using goats as well. They think there were goat tracks, along these furrows, and cow tracks. So they reckon they might have been using both these animals, domesticated. But then, do you remember seeing these pictures of Thor, the guy? Man, you showed it on the program today, briefly. Thor being pulled by his chariot being pulled along by goats.
Yes. Thor's famous for being pulled by goats instead of horses.
Yeah. Now this is this is more evidence of ancient mythology coming through with using modern science. But the other thing that occurred to me when I was listening to the Saturn section in Solari Binaria, right, was that the Saturn, of course, one of his main symbols is the scythe.
What do you mean? One of his main symbols is a scythe. What do you mean?
The scythe. It's the sickle that they used.
Oh, the scythe. Yes. Okay. We call it a sickle. Yeah, I get you. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Now, there are two things. Is that sickle associated with the age of Saturn? Well, it obviously is. Mm-hmm. But of course, these implements were made out of steel. Can you get a stone scythe? I don't know. maybe you can.
Right, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Where'd the steel come from?
Well, metal, any kind of metalworking. Maybe it was copper.
I get you, okay.
But that was well before the Copper Age as well.
Yeah.
You see?
Yes, right.
What I'm saying is they had that technology 8,000 years previous to what they thought they had it.
Oh, absolutely.
20 years ago.
Oh, Nick, I'm convinced of it. There was a high technology civilization on Earth. It might not have been human. I don't know about that. But you got those skulls. There's evidence littered all over the planet. They got this city built somewhere. I'm trying to remember. I think it's in Turkey. It's underground. It can facilitate up to 30,000 people with livestock. Completely
and it's a fantastic engineering structure. It's just absolutely ingenious.
Cut that out of the bedrock. Come on, with a chisel? No way, man. They had
some mining technology there. Yeah, they sure did.
Yes, absolutely right. Yeah, it just has to be. How many more things have to get stuffed into an already overstuffed bag before people say, yeah, something crazy was going on.
Yeah, but anyway, I just thought that's just another fascinating reference that puts the time scale back 5,000 years to academia.
Yes, and I recently discovered, I didn't really know this. I thought I heard it before, but I never really delved into it. And it's like the entire Bible is just copy and pasted from more ancient texts.
Well, yeah, and
everything Jesus says in the Bible, Thoth says in the Emerald Tablets, except for the go murder your neighbor thing. He doesn't say that, but the Bible does. It's just crazy. That religion. If you think about it. John Lennon did in his song, but if you think about it, if there was no religion and people were spiritual, this world would be a lot better. Religion keeps us mired in hate and separateness.
You're damn right.
My God is better than yours. There's 45,000 denominations of Christian church.
Well, they've just been completely fragmented, haven't they? They're all just little units who like to keep to themselves in their own cozy little world, really, a lot of them.
Well, they want to be able to drive the luxury car and not have to worry about paying taxes. If you ask me, that's what that looks like, a tax shelter.
Oh, dear.
Churches don't have to pay a dime of taxes. They own huge swaths of land. And what's up with the Vatican being a sovereign country? Well, just invade them then. Go down there and take that library. They're hoarding all that information. 5 square miles of library underneath the Vatican.
Yeah.
5 square miles.
Well, you can bet some people's got access to that information. You can bet some people know every bit of what's contained in there.
Nick, do you know anything about? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, no, sorry. I mean, they don't probably interpret it correctly, or if there are documents around which do destroy the current paradigms, those documents will be rewritten, reconstituted. Right. Yeah, the way they want it to be. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, if you. I was thinking the other day, I wanted to ask you, do you know anything about flight MH370?
That's the flight that disappeared in Malaysia, isn't it?
Yes. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I'll listen to them talk if you think, Greg.
What do you know?
Well, they're trying to say that it just disappeared like in some void. Some different dimension, or like
committed suicide. That's what I thought it was.
That's the official. That's the official law.
Indian Ocean.
Well, they found what they said. What was it? 2-3 years later, they found a bit of a wing
Yeah.
on some island. That's all they found. One piece of wing.
Madagascar.
Yeah, yes, and so the plane went the wrong way. It turned off its transponders and headed off the wrong way. But he had 30 odd. I think there were military scientists on board that flight.
Yes.
Yes.
So
yes, that's what I heard. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
and so they already had the ability to remotely control these aircraft. Because there was a guy exposing that who was a pilot.
He reckons that, and he's also spoken about previous planes that have disappeared. He reckons it's like there's some energy thing, and you get like a dimensional change or something, and especially in that sort of area because that's where other planes and things have disappeared.
Yeah.
And his view is that it's got caught into something and gone.
Well, that. I'll
Right,
tell you.
right. And
I
he's
think they were executed.
Hey?
I think they were just flown out into the ocean. The systems were jammed, and they ran out of petrol.
It had lithium batteries on board too that are notorious for blowing up.
Yeah, but there's another thing in this too. That a lot of those people on that plane were all Chinese nationalists. Yet after it happened, the Chinese government didn't make a lot of noise.
Neither did the U.S. government, and there's a base down there. Diego Garcia, I think.
Yeah, and now I've got to say, a couple of years later, to make everybody feel good, they found a bit of wing, I think, a wing or tail.
Yeah,
on that little
well, there's one guy. One guy's kind of going on a mission. He's found 35 pieces.
Yeah, but the English, there was something when it first happened too, where one of the English Air Force or something, they caught something on radar, and it didn't make sense. And that's never been talked about either. That's never been talked about.
What, do you know anything about it?
No. All I know is at the time, they'd been, they'd noticed it, and like I say, with the radar systems they've got and all that tracking everything, they should have had a better idea, if you get what I mean, in today's world.
Well, sure. Yeah.
So I've heard that bloke talking to Diamond, who's talking about how it just mysteriously, like a black hole, whoop, gone.
Yeah.
Different dimension, something like that. But he's even claiming that it's some form of energy thing, possibly done by the US, right?
Yeah, they might have got shot down because it got too close to that. But what would it be doing way down there anyway? It was supposed to be going to Beijing. But,
that's right.
But, like you look at this swath of ocean between Australia and Africa, I would imagine right somewhere in the middle would be about the loneliest place to be in the entire Earth. It's nothing but ocean for like bigger than China. Like, look at China. It's how big China. Look at that. This is even bigger than China.
They just got turned round. They just got turned round. All the communications went down. I think the mobile phones were still working for a little while, and they were heading towards the destination. But then everything went down. All comms went off, and they changed course out to sea. Yeah,
but the guy skirted the border of four different countries, and he had to purposely be doing that to not raise the awareness of the military.
Right. Well, I don't think there was a pilot doing that. I think it's more likely that plane was remotely controlled by someone close by.
Right.
It's taking over their controls.
Interesting.
Right. Listen. So in the chat, AI has said, and that's what I'm trying. Yeah, he's got a spot on. Ashton Forbes, I think, he has a YouTube channel, and he has video evidence of orbs circling and creating a porthole.
I heard that. I heard that somewhere before.
Disappears.
I think I saw it on the Impossible channel.
And that's the bloke I heard talking to Diamond. And then I followed his channel for a bit, but, it just sort of like got, one, and I thought, bending out. So he was trying to get your congressional committees to actually look at it. Then he was coming back with, is it some, hang on. But then he was coming back with, that the US, could have some weapon that caused it to happen or something like that. It's just a possibility. China may too, because like I say, China was very quiet.
Yeah, I think there was a group of scientists that were they either just signed a deal or were about to, and they were 15 of them were on the flight.
Yeah,
and it was some big defense thing.
Well, I think they put backdoors in all the control systems in Boeing, and they were hackable, so you could just take over the system and lock the pilot straight out of it and fly it by wire. And I think they were doing that on the 9/11 shenanigans.
Yeah, boy, he sure did go to the most remote place in the world you could possibly want to go to.
Yeah.
Now the problem is, Greg, the problem is everybody that knew the pilot, right? Everyone that knew the pilot, the family and everybody says, no, this is totally out of character. This is not that person to do, just decide I'm going to fly this plane till it runs out of fuel and crash it into the sea.
Wasn't he about to be disciplined for lewd conduct with women?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. You see, so you got to think after it, They've got to find a scapegoat.
Yeah.
They've got to find a scapegoat.
Right. Because packing them lithium batteries on there, if I knew lithium batteries were on a plane, I wouldn't go on it. Those things are pretty.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Some guy had one, he put it for a laptop or something, he started hitting it with a stick, and the damn thing burst into flames.
Yeah, but I remember they had switching gear all in the top of them to balance them.
And those
so you start belting them.
What?
They have all these little switching gears in the top of them to balance the battery, its energy. So you start belting it, you're likely to short them out and cause all sorts of problems. Like a battery's not designed to be hit with a hammer or anything, is it?
Those cars are going to do more to clog up things than to free gas or oil. They have to burn gas and oil to keep the power plant going that feeds the electricity to the electric car. You only have 120 miles. What happens if you're, like I heard someone say, if we're in a hurricane, you got to get out of town, you got to go charge your car. It's not going to work.
The best part out here, you've got areas where it's more remote. They've got these diesel generators virtually running all the time, so someone can charge their EV when they're going somewhere.
Yeah, I hear that. Hydrogen.
It's not electricity. It's not electricity. It's actually diesel still. It's just diesel converted to electricity.
No doubt.
Right, and the same. And
in this country, we're in a ludicrous situation where, my first job, I worked in Grouch power station in Yorkshire, and there was a coal field there, the Selby coal field, that they just opened up, very rich coal field. That we had, on that power station, it was built to take coal, North Sea gas, which we had in abundance in the late 70s, and now we're actually the mining industry has been totally destroyed. There isn't any to speak of. The gas fields have been locked down because it broke the economy, because it made the pound too strong with Thatcher. The coal miners are all put out of work to get the gas economy. And now we're in a position where we have these trains which are unloaded at Liverpool and travel 90 miles across the country to Drax with Canadian wood on. Grouch is burning now. So we've gone from sustainable fossil fuels to importing wood from 3,000 miles away, and then turning that into electricity that we can then charge our cars up with at massively inflated prices, massively. But there's a layer of taxation at every level, of course. The system is, some little deal was done. I wonder who owns all those logs. I bet it Mr. Trudeau did a little, probably Mr. Trudeau's a private bunch of logs that we're burning all those logs. And that, that's just crazy. It's just crazy. So anyway, they're talking about opening the, if Trump gets in, they're talking about, because, of course, we haven't. We're talking about opening up the gas fields again, but whilst bombing Russian gas facilities in the Black Sea, Jesus wet. It's just a crazy situation that these people are just making money hand over fist, and they don't care what happens as long as they get it. Simple as that. Sorry for my rant.
No, you're right, Nick. What you said, spot on.
Yeah.
So remember last year, one night we were talking, and it came up about that with Randall Carlson and that Malcolm Blendall, where they were doing that plasma engine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, good.
So do you remember that, Nick, where it came up about that, about Malcolm Carlson talking about that engine? Well,
yeah.
Keep going.
No, sorry.
Well, it would appear that it's somewhere in India, they've sort of took him on and they're working on it all. And he's actually talking that he'll have these smaller generators ready in a very short time. He's had another bloke get samples taken from inside the engines and sent and being looked at under a microscope.
Yeah.
Right, and he said, if what we got is right, because we've got to do more, it proves that that there's something wrong with carbon dating. Because what came back was this, whatever it was in this engine, right, and it is changing elements. So what came back was it was 35,000 years old, these particles, right? Yeah. So he thought that the engine was diesel, I think he said. And anyway, he spoke to Malcolm Blendall and asked him, and he said no, it might have been gas. It was gas or diesel anyway, whichever one it was. And basically he's saying, well, that blows all your carbon dating out the window, right? Or does that say that fuel is only 35,000 years old, not millions like we're all told?
Yes.
There's the other side. So...
Yeah, and they use this C14 for dating. Is it C14 they use? I think it is. And then it degrades down to C12, I think. After a very specific timeline sort of thing. Well, if that's the case, how come it exists in quite high levels in coal? We haven't been able to answer that. It should have all deteriorated thousands and thousands of years ago, and it hasn't. So that is a line of inquiry worth looking at, and I haven't really studied it thoroughly. But now they're finding that this dating technology is, like you say, it has been susceptible to change. The rate of decay isn't constant like they say it is. Yep. It's a bell curve. It's a probability curve rate of decay. According to the different conditions, particles, I would think, under higher electrical conditions, may decay at a different rate.
So when this young fella who's a couple of his videos I'll put in the chat, when this young fella's talking about it and going into it, they talk Tesla, right? But when I see some of the stuff, the diagrams of that, I look more Schellberger, right? Because you're basically changing the state of water. That's what it all amounts to, is you start changing the state of water. And there's other things coming out, as Greg mentioned before in his discussion. As he mentioned, the different changes, and no one wants to, sooner or later they're going to have to accept them. Yeah, so I've posted these in the chat for anyone that's interested. Have a look at some of them.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I will have a look at that.
Like the young bloke who's doing them, to me, a bit up, but he's got really good, like what he's doing, he's really, so he's got some really good, he explains it pretty well, and now they've got others involved. And I say, if this works, what it means is you're going to end up with all this new stuff as stranded assets. And so
I haven't been following that recently. I was under the impression it was some kind of fusion reactor they were making, but I haven't really been following Ramble too much recently. I don't.
I'm like you. I only listen every now and then, it's only every now and then, and he speaks about it, and he just talks about the geometry that's developing as they continue to develop it. But anyway, in those couple of videos, and then anyone who wants to do that, go and have a look on his channel. I'd say the young bloke who's doing it seems to be pretty sincere. So that's all I like to say on that. And that's the trouble too. You get involved in these things, and you can spend hours. Like there's even in that young bloke's videos, there's even one video there where they tell you how you can make it yourself. Because their argument is it's got to be.
Well, I would expect that all the Nazis got hold of his technology and carried on working on it undercover, and then probably went to the US and set up NASA.
Yeah, and you got to.
Synchronicities explains the universe as a complete connected unit, aka George Whippert. The universe is an electric organism. The movement of matter in relationship to all matter in the universe, ether physics, can explain things like distance healing. If you can believe that, it's actually been proven scientifically. I'm telling you, one day we're going to wake up, we're going to hear everything is true. Because our barriers are slowly going bang, 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 down and down. I'm going to be uploading another video from that girl, and she's an advocate with the Electric Universe. She even mentions Thornhill and Scott's name. So she must be with them. I did not know that in my recluse life. Anyways, I think, okay, we can go to the Great Hall. I'll go to the Great Hall. And you guys can come in. If you want to chat for a little bit about that.
New little place.
Oh, yeah?
He's back up in the hills. Back up in the hills, aren't you, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's lovely up here, pal. It's lovely.
The things I love the most about being in the country is that you get a lot of kind of good sanctuary time, like the sounds, the insects, the crickets. You're out there, you're kind of in a rural area where there's not a lot of people. It's really refreshing. I mean, it cleanses the soul.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
There's rooks. Well, there's rooks, crows. Oh, there's ravens, crows, rooks, and jackdaws here in that pecking order. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, and you know, there's just all sorts of stuff here. Every bird of prey that you can think of.
At night, it's
There's deer running over the tops.
a lot darker. You can see all the stars. It's just amazing.
Yeah, there's an observatory. In fact, there's a pretty big observatory right next to the guy I'm renting this place off. He's got a farm up on the top of the hill where I ought to be working. But right across from there, there's an observatory. They're pretty big telescopes in there, and it's where they found all the UFO stuff in the 70s. And I actually know one of the policemen who reported in these UFOs back in the 70s, and it's a big thing at this particular observatory. If you're interested in it,
Yeah, you know,
and it's a big sighting.
Yeah. I remember watching one of the videos by Richard Hall, and he went up on some
He talks about it, yeah.
farm that had an observatory on a hill. I wonder if it's the same one.
Well, this is it. Yeah. This is that observatory.
Okay. I remember seeing a couple of his videos there. Yeah. He was.
Yeah. So we spend it.
Go ahead.
Go on, Greg.
I was going to say he was wondering why they were taking snapshots of the night sky with a stationary camera instead of using their long distance one. He was wondering why they were doing that, because they were taking pictures of UFOs. That's why. You know.
Well, this policeman, they ran you in, but I think there were two separate police cars chasing it along, and. I think there was footage of ringing into the desk sergeant and saying, "Desk sergeant, I'm just proceeding along the A469 chasing a UFO." Right, have you been on the piss again? Yeah. So, you best, you're going to get. I think he got fired out of the force in the end. That cop. He said, he was adamant that he'd seen it. And, but he wasn't the only one. There were a few hundred other people who saw it.
Yeah, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Can you see the tombstone that I'm showing on the screen right now?
Oh no, that's I've got to flip over to go on to YouTube.
Do you recognize it? What the hell is that? That looks like two ETs saying greetings.
Let me flip over on YouTube. I'll be back in a second.
It looks like it's in England.
It does look like England, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It looks like the old church courtyard.
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly. I'm just wondering. Just looking at you, see that?
I'll just get it big.
There's two little gray aliens. And one's got his hand up like greetings, Earthlings. And it looks like a pretty old tombstone.
It looks a bit phallic, that one, doesn't it?
Oh, you're looking at it? Yeah. Wonder what the hell that is. You never seen that?
Oh, it's a snake. I know what that is. That's Adam and Eve and a snake going up the tree.
Yeah. You know.
Oh, right. Yeah, she told you, Adam and Eve.
Look at how smart you got it. That's cool, man. Check out the big brain. Why couldn't I notice that? Damn snake. I didn't see the damn snake. Yeah. So, so are you digging where you're at better than it was before? Or?
What? Sorry, Greg.
I said, do you like where you live now as compared to where before better, or no?
Oh, it's lovely up here, Greg. It's I've been to all the. I've only been here 2 nights now. I think I've been to. I've been to about 10 different new pubs. I've met people I haven't seen for 40 years in some of them, and they've been coming all welcoming me with drinks.
Oh, that's.
There've been people coming over,
Yeah.
Loads of people just saying hello to me.
That's
It's been great. It's been great.
Man.
Yeah. And I love the changes, like I say. Yeah.
That's funny you say that, Nick, because I went to a function about 6 weeks ago, and the fella that I went there for, hadn't seen him. We hadn't seen each other for probably nearly 28 years, right?
Yeah.
And we walked up to each other and we sat down, and like 4 hours just went bang, like as if nothing, you know, it was like it had never been a change, you know?
Yeah.
And like
I met a lad last night who come up and said, "Howdy, Nick."
Yep.
And I didn't recognise him at first, and he says, "Gary Ireland." And
yep.
I was in school with him in 1971. In 1971. And I haven't seen him since probably 1973. And it was just great to have a chat with him, you know. He'd had a tough time of it, you know, but we'll come round, you know. Nice man, you know.
As I said to this fellow, I said, somehow or other we've come out the other end and we've survived.
Well, that's it. So yeah, brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's no problem, Craig.
Okay, well, we'll do it again.
Are you going to do another season? So you're going to do another season of baseball, Greg?
Oh yes. This year I'm going to be a beast. I don't know what they're going to be looking at when they see me. I'm in shape.
Are you going to be? Do you do the pitching then, Greg, or what?
Yeah, I'm a pitcher.
Is that your specialty? Yeah.
I still have pretty good stuff. I throw about maybe mid-high 60s. That's not bad. I throw my age. It's still bringing it.
Yeah.
I got a good break.
I think my shoulder would fly off if I try to throw anything.
You know, it's funny. I've pitched all my life, and it's the only thing on me that doesn't hurt.
So what you're saying, Greg, if you hit me with the ball, that it actually hurt?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, but I wouldn't. I don't hit very many guys. Sometimes I'll hit the first guy right in the middle of the back, you know, just to get everybody a little scared. But that's just, you know. No. I might do it a few times, but you know, I don't try to do it.
Damn, bloody ball slipped out my fingers.
Yeah, well, that happens in games where you got bad blood, but you know, I try not to engage in stuff like that. I've been pitching my whole life. Last year, my son, you know, I lost a lot of weight, so I'm going to look a lot better this year. You know, plus I got more stamina. I got my balance back. Right, just from bowling. Bowling has worked miracles with me, wonders. I bowled my first 200 game last week. Yeah. Me and my daughter, we do it with me. You know. It's good. Keeps us in shape for baseball. Yeah, I'm a baseball freak. That's just the way it is. I like music and
I've seen that. Yeah, I noticed that on one of your other social media.
I did a little bio piece on Norm Cash. Someone asked me to, so I said,
yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, oh, gee, Greg's been busy.
You crazy mofos are still up.
Yeah, I was just about to pull the plug because I froze up and had to come back. I can't believe the live stream's still going. But
man, Nick kept the show on the road for him. Nick and I kept the show on the road for him. Not that anybody could hear us.
Yeah, well,
enjoyed the show.
Our next chat will be Wednesday night for us for Patreon. I do Wednesday every night now. Wednesday for Patreon, and then we'll record a show for here too. You know.
Cool.
Yeah. So what's going on? Everything okay?
I just woke up. I don't know. Everything okay with you?
I didn't finish what I wanted to talk about with. Nick, what do you think that M370 is about? You think that the guy just wanted to commit suicide, or do you think it was the lithium? What do you think it was? There's so many things it could have been, but something tells me that if it was the lithium batteries that blew up, they would have at least been able to go, say, Mayday or something like that.
Well,
I would have found
I think the aircraft was hacked and driven off. Driven along the borders to avoid detection, and then driven to a place where we couldn't escape from.
So you think it was?
And so they were executed.
I didn't know how easy they could depressurize the cabin and kill the passengers. It's like you could just do it like in seconds.
Yeah.
Because you're flying at 40,000 feet. You don't know it, but if you get depressurized, it all of a sudden would be below freezing, and there's no air.
No air. Yeah.
That's why it's so cold, because the electromagnetic force can't warm it up because it takes air to warm it up. You know, it's funny, if you take an electric, like a thing to shoot electricity to the ground, and a lot of times you can almost see the outline of a human being. Like we have 2 feet to keep us equilibrium, to keep, you know, I think that if you just look at the form that it makes, it almost makes it into a human form. Have you ever noticed that?
Plasma has living attributes.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, electrified plasma. It certainly does. You know, well, with this double slit experiment, they're saying that all atoms are conscious. So, I mean, if that's true, then everything is conscious.
Well, going back to
That's what I was going to say.
Consciousness comes from outside, not from inside.
That's right.
That's the problem with the science of the day. They keep telling us that, you know, all of our memories are stored inside the brain, blah 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 blah. The brain is it basically, and no, man, we get our information, we upload and download from the Akashic record, or what you call it, the Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenic field. That's where it all is, man. It's all there.
Yeah.
Not here in your head. It's all there.
Yeah, it's everything.
I had amazing experiences here which illustrated it very plainly for me. And if I might just go through it, it's not a particularly nice story, but I was run over and badly injured in 1989. It took me 4 years to recover from it, so I could walk or anything again. I was that smashed up. At some points, I couldn't remember my name or what I looked like or anything like that.
Wow.
And I didn't really know what had happened to me, apart from. I remember all the events as a series of thousands of images and feelings that were like shuffled up, and then you got to try and sort that out. You know, it was just a mess of confusion. And anyway, over the years, I remembered what had happened to me in every detail. And last week, it was just soon after my dog died. So that's coincidentally 33 years later, almost to the day. I remembered where I'd been to work that day.
Condolences, my brother.
I remembered which pub I'd gone in that night and who I was speaking to and the subjects of the conversation, and I remembered exactly how I was feeling because I was in a state of complete anger, and so that's what happened to me anyway. But it took 33 years for that to come back, to remember what had caused that fuck up in my life, you know, and it was that anger.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, definitely. You know, anger.
Anger
comes from hurt.
Yeah, it was, and I decided that night to split up with my girlfriend and leave her.
Uh-huh.
it was 2 nights before Christmas. And anyway, that's what happened.
That's
so
hardcore.
Yeah, but it just illustrates it totally to me that I managed to ask the question and keep on asking it. But now it's all sorted out in my head. I remembered everything. But how can you remember? Can you remember a day 33 years ago?
Yeah.
And carry on asking it, and I can remember it exactly now. Everything about a day 33 years ago. Amazing. Fucking crackers. Well, the world's crazy. Well, it isn't. But the information is there. Like Shock says, it's there. If you ask for it, you can get it.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, I do believe that. I do believe the whole. I don't believe much, but I think, I put it a little better, that the ether has got a lot to it that we don't even have any idea. I mean,
how does Beethoven wake up with a complete symphony in his head? How does that happen?
He had some kind of way of downloading it. It probably already existed.
That's what happened. He was interacting with the ether.
Yeah.
And he got this downloaded into his head, and poof, he had to write it down before he forgot it.
He was probably one of them guys that had a little smidget on one of the pages that we're not using, you know? And that's the thing. Just if all our junk DNA was connected, we probably could all write concerts like Beethoven. But one thing is that, you know, those folks that can do that, they just pick it up and start doing it. It comes like natural to them. You know, the Tower of Babel incident dulled us in many ways, I think. You know, because maybe we were telepathic. We're not telepathic anymore. We could, a lot of people, there's still some people out there that can use their third eye, but most of us can't. I can't. I try to think
the Tower of Babel the Tower of Babel.
The slightest idea of how to do that. Where do I put
the Tower of Babel? They're still doing it, though, Greg. They're still using the Tower of Babel to stop us thinking.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's all the TV is, Babel.
That's right. That's right.
And,
you got that right.
And Hollywood. And Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood and the boob tube. I quit the boob tube and moved to YouTube. Now it's getting kind of crowded. I might have to find another home.
Yeah. Well, I like the idea of that Orion, that platform of Robert Edward Grant, and that's you know, it's a blockchain platform that can't be hacked and it can't be censored, and that's the whole point of it. So I think that might be a worthwhile platform to go to, mate.
Which one?
Check it out.
Which one is that?
It's the Orion platform, and I haven't been on it yet.
Spell it.
O-R-I-O-N. I think
Orion.
it is.
Oh, Orion, like the system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. It really is. I
like the slave girls.
Well, you know, it's all
the enslaved girls. Those green gals on Star Trek.
Oh yeah, those are pretty. Yeah, it's like, just, you know, I don't mind. I don't discriminate. That's a beautiful.
Well, I'll be checking that out. So I'll keep you posted.
4 moons flying around. It's magical, man. That's just what I mean. Force, it's the nature. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but Jupiter's got like 80 moons.
But those,
not just 4.
You can't see the other ones like you can the other. Yeah, I gotta go practice today. I guess I should get off and try to get a little rest before I have to go. And my daughter's kind of wondering if I'm gonna come out.
Well, it's been good catching up. Been good catching up with everyone.
Oh,
good to see you. You doing okay, Nick?
Yeah.
Nick, really good to see you doing okay. I haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was struggling like mad, but where I wasn't ideal at all. So I was having to go out all day and all night as well. So I spent a load of money, but.
Well,
hopefully things will be okay.
Are you happy?
Yeah, Well, I'm just getting there. I mean, I've only got here 2 days ago, and with just one bag of clothes. So I'm gradually.
How
I've got
far
to go
away?
out and do some food shopping today.
How far away are you from your last place?
12 miles as the crow flies, but it's just over one more basically. So I know the place, you know.
Yeah.
But it's lovely. It's got a great music scene. I'll show you some photos of the place. There's some nice spots here, Greg, and some very ancient ones as well. Churchyards and old stones and all sorts of things up there.
I'd love to visit.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Speaking of music, Greg, you saw the post that I sent you about the Watchmaker, my buddy's band.
I haven't had a chance to see it yet. Sorry.
Well, it was on our private chat. If you go back, you can see the space where they put their songs on YouTube. He's a buddy's band. He's a friend of mine. He's a younger kid, and he loves Rush. So you have permission to use their music if you like.
Oh, yeah. I'll check it out.
You can, check it out. They do an awesome cover of Mad World.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
If you want, I mean, if you want, if you don't want to, that's I mean, if you want a little bit of extra different music in here, you're more than welcome to play their stuff.
Okay. All right, I'll take a look at it. Definitely, yeah. Mercury, man, that's one planet that's just like hit. I think it's pretty safe to say that there might not be life on Mercury. Right.
Well, we think that Mercury is Jovian.
Yeah, like a moon that escaped or something.
Yeah, it was thrown off. Right. It was thrown off out of Jupiter's orbit.
Yeah.
Probably when it encountered the Earth.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you, man, this stuff is so interesting. There's so many things going on right now. It's a good time to be alive.
Yeah. You know, let's hope it don't go up pretty soon, because it's these fools. It's an interesting time to be alive.
We should, like, I'm thinking of doing some kind of something in the morning, one day a week, too. So we should get together on Wednesday night and have a good chat.
Mm-hmm.
And record.
You organise it, Greg.
Yeah, well, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock Wednesday night, be here.
Yeah, 9 o'clock your time.
Yeah, and we'll do a Patreon stream and put a show together.
And by the way, Greg, your sound seems decent. No problems. Maybe a slight buzz, a slight hum, very slight. But but I don't know. Did you drop your level down to like 85, 80%?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be happening now. I'm gonna switch over to the YouTube and do some talking. Do some talking for a second.
Okay, well, I'm talking, and everything's cool. You know, my thing is smaller. Did I tell you? It's smaller yet, even again. I think I'm licking it. I'm whooping it. It picked the wrong guy to mess with.
Well, we're all here supporting you, Greg.
I know.
We're all here.
Yeah, I have a great podcast. I do. And, you know, like, for you guys, you know, keeping me sane, and Carter and Jan, you know, just being angels in heaven, it's just been, I'm okay. I mean, I'm not, you know, my doctor doesn't like me anymore. I kind of lost my doctor. He thinks I'm fooling around, you know.
The hum is gone.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice.
Because you dropped it down to 80%. Before, I think you were at 100% or a little bit higher than 100%. Yeah. And don't forget to drop your guests down to the same amount.
You're right. Yeah. I always tend to forget that.
Because if you don't, then you seem a little lower than your guests, or louder. And
What's the deal with this Discord always making me log in now? I never had to log in before. All of a sudden now I gotta log in every time I want to use it.
No, I've never had that.
Mine doesn't do that.
Yeah, I've got to do that.
I know. See, I'm just special.
Well, because I logged in from a different IP location. Yeah, they had to send me a verification email to make sure it was me. So they ramped up the security a little bit on Discord, I think, which is fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, your IP might have changed.
Yeah, and that's
totally.
Yes, I did have to.
That's often if you haven't been on it for a while. So if you've been logged out for a while, and when you log in, they'll ask for that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, I always love it when the four of us can get together. It's not very often that we can. So, now I know, Nick, you're 6 hours ahead of me, right? So.
5 or 6. Summertime, so it'll be 6 now, won't it? Yeah.
It's 8:12 here. What is it there?
12 past 1. So 5 hours.
5 hours. So if we do it at 8 o'clock at night, is that too late for you? That's 9, 10, 11, 12.
1 in the morning.
1 in the morning.
I'll probably be kipping by then, Greg. I'm afraid.
Maybe we can do it during the day, because I'm available during the day. We can record a show. That might be better.
That'll be miles better for me.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, I'll look for you Wednesday.
My morning. If my morning starts at sort of 7 or 8, if you or sort of, I don't know what. I'm 5 hours in front anyway, so I don't know.
Nick, what time roughly are you now?
13 past 1 in the afternoon.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm knocking around all my morning, which is I don't know when that. What's your night? So when you get up, it'll be my lunchtime. So that's probably a good time for me to have a chat.
Well,
and it's 8:15 here.
Let's get back together Wednesday.
And 10 p.m. here.
I'll be in touch with you guys. We'll record a show during the day on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
I'll try to be here.
Capiche? Okay, sounds good. Well, with that, I guess we'll say good night. Thank you for sticking it out with me.
I just got here.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Later, guys.
See you soon.
Everybody.
See you later, Nick.
Hey, Bass,
Take it easy,
what's
guys.
up, brother? Oh man, I never see you. I gotta give you a little reward. Bass Smarter's been with me for so long. I can't remember exactly how long, but he's a good dude. So.
Oh, he's a Dutchman, so he's got to be a good dude.
Yeah, let's make him a moderator.
I'm a Dutchman too, Bass.
Yeah, I got some Dutch in me. I do.
Oh, nice.
Hi, Stephen. How are you? Sir Rilnell. That's pretty good. Sir Rilnell. It's almost like you're saying surreal. Surreal. Nil Mill. Surreal Nil Mill. Got it. Ray Card. Alchemy. Love Alchemy. 88. A1. Grouchy. Love Grouchy. Well, that's about it, guys. I gotta go. I'll be back. I appreciate you coming and seeing me and sticking it out with me through all my mistakes. One day I'll get it right.
Technical problems.
Good night, folks.
Technical problems. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
You guys stay there for a second. Bye. Okay, I'm just logging off here. Okay. Yeah, all right. So Wednesday, during the day, we should be going live right now. And now is the moment of truth. I need to know if my sound is buzzing or not. So this is going to be just hurt for a second. And now is the moment of truth. I need to know
if my sound is buzzing or not. So this is going to be just heard for a second. Okay. Not loud enough, is it? If my sound is buzzing or not. So this is going to be just heard for a second. All right, let me put something on. Okay. Not loud enough, is it? If my sound is buzzing or not. So this is going to be just heard for a second. All right, let me put something on. Okay. It just got me crazy. But now if the sound... I really wanted to check. And the pilot sabotaged the plane so he could commit... or no, there were 2 or something like that people on board that were believed to be spies for the Chinese nationalists. That came out later. But anyways, what they're saying is the pilot sabotaged the plane so he could commit suicide at the bottom of the Indian Ocean with 237 passengers. And it's just doesn't sound right. I mean, I know there was the Egypt Air guy who did that like back in the 90s sometime, and that really was a suicide. But he just crashed it. He didn't go to some meticulous plan to see that the bodies were never found. And then we came across this video that was taken allegedly by a satellite. And it shows, let me see if I can get this on the right page for you to see. Yeah, you're looking at it. It shows I'm afraid to show the video because I don't want to get nailed. Well, I can show it real quick. I'll just give the person credit. In case you haven't seen it, I'll just turn off the sound, give him credit. It's like right here. These 3 balls start going around, and that was allegedly taken by a satellite in orbit. And there's another one that shows a drone recording it, and the thing just disappears. Poof. Bing, gone. And that just blew everybody's mind. But now there's a new guy who came on just recently. It's on here somewhere. And it's not a portal. It turns out to be a trick. It was a hoax. Because the guy recreated it. And it was exactly to the key like the one that was supposed to be real. But the plane, see, it doesn't disappear. So that was all just made with special effects. So much for the aliens. That's one thing, people make fun. They make stuff up. And by doing so, I don't know what they're trying to prove. Are they trying to give people a snow job and say, oh yeah, aliens really exist when there's really no proof that they do? All of these ships that we're seeing that they call UAPs or UFOs, they gladly blame it on other planets or aliens. And there may be some visiting, I don't know. But I've never seen any. You understand that, and you know that your military has to have secrets, But this whole disclosure thing, to me, I find odd, really, because I don't really care to know the aliens are crawling all over my planet. Let them keep the damn secret if they want to. I highly doubt that they'll ever attack with lasers. They would have did that a long time ago. They could probably just drop a couple of viruses into our atmosphere, and we'd all be dead within a couple of weeks. And they could just land and take over. So that hasn't happened. Is the military working with them? Well, if they're peaceful aliens, they wouldn't want anything to do with our military. In 1961, when President Kennedy met Premier Khrushchev in Vienna, it was in June, they were met at the American Embassy, and Khrushchev came right out and said to President Kennedy, he said that America's values and policies, there's a huge, serious gap between them. What our values we claim to have and our actual policy is. And he was absolutely right. Kennedy knew that at the time. He set out to change it. But, status quo got him first. But,
I'll just say call back. Yeah, there's the whole new find over in Lake Michigan. Well, it's new for me. Maybe it existed before, but they're finding all of these stuff like this, a shipwreck at the bottom. I don't know if that's shipwreck or they're saying it's like a Stonehenge or something. There's the shipwreck, probably. Okay, where's the one that I had before? I'm kind of curious about it because I never heard this before, but they found a bunch of ancient megaliths, like Stonehenge or something, at the 9,000-year-old Stonehenge at the bottom of Lake Michigan. Crazy. And the ancients were everywhere. And you know we have the missing copper, too. So let's see if we can glean a little info on it. Lake Michigan Stonehenge, a stunning spectacle. In 2007, Mark Hawley, a researcher and professor at Northwestern University of Michigan, led a radio scan of Lake Michigan to identify and maybe research some old shipwrecks. He found this thing. He found a car and some shipwrecks predated to the Civil War era. This was in itself a big accomplishment. But what he had found on further exploration was something but greater than the hull of an old sail ship from the Civil Wars. I just wanted to get to the Stonehenge part. As mentioned earlier, radiocarbon dating Lake Michigan Stonehenge shows the structure to be 9,000 years old. So at 9,000 years ago, there was no Lake Michigan, which strengthens my theory that when the moon went over the Earth very closely, or it could have been Mars, could have been Venus, could have been the moon, not only did it lift the mountain ranges, but it also dug giant holes with thunderbolts as it went north. And that's why you see the Great Lakes, which was a huge one, or maybe more than one, and then above Lake Superior, then above it, and then it just keeps right on going, like a planet. I'll show you. Like a planet made some kind of traverse. Let me see, North America. That's what it looks like to me. I don't think glaciers carved the Great Lakes. I think thunderbolts did. If I can get it bigger. You see, well, you got to get an accurate one. Well, that's not too easy to see either. How about North America? Show the lakes. Oh, please. Here we go. Well, you can see it. You know, it just goes, and it just keeps on going in both directions too. It was pretty big. Right here, boom, boom, boom. It just keeps hitting. But mostly the big ones are here. I've seen better maps though. It's kind of hard to tell with these not very good maps. But anyways, yeah, that was about it. And you know, I'm working on a couple of new Velikovsky videos, short ones that'll be coming out. And I'm going to do maybe a story on this Lake Michigan thing when I find out some more. And I'll tell you, that MH370 has really got me by the boo. I'm interested to know. I want to know what happened. It's crazy because there's espionage in it. There's UFOs in it. There's, you know, plane crashes. It's pretty interesting. It's kind of been getting my attention lately. And you know, did you know the Soviet Union now has submarine drones with nuclear warheads on board? There's a warm and fuzzy thought. Soviet Union and Russia and China have them. I'm sure we probably do too. They're manless submarines with nuclear weapons. Pretty crazy. I mean, not only is our planet booby-trapped with 60,000 nuclear warheads, but also, I mean, there's a feeling that makes you feel secure, doesn't it? We got drones running around. Probably going to put them into space too if they're not already there. And I told
Shockwave about the rod of God. I don't know if you heard that or not, but they have this thing in orbit allegedly from Michael Tessarion was the first one who brought me in on it with Harp, but recently I found out they got these rods. It can literally obliterate a city in 1 second without leaving any radiation. It just sets it on fire, which is kind of what happened to a couple of places recently in the news. I'm not saying there's anything there, but it is a coincidence, you know. And, well, I tell you, I got a couple of other things I want to play for you. I've got there's a couple of interesting audio bites by Dollard, Eric Dollard. I just have to really quick find them. I think they're in Bandicam, maybe. I have Denny Sheehan too. I'm doing a video with him, and the guy's been through everything, and he's so interesting to listen to. He's been involved in just about every major American affair since the Kennedy assassination. So he has a lot of knowledge, especially on the elite and all that, you know. Eric Dollard. I'm not going to waste all day looking for it. If I don't find it right away, then forget it. One more. Is it Eric Dollard? Yeah, it's right here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Dollard 1. All right, check this out. It's pretty good.
Mathematics that allowed a picture and engineerability of electricity that was beyond anything that any of the great mathematicians, scientists, or anybody from that era could do. This is about 1900. And then in our next shot, this is the other subject of our talk, is electricity in its wild, pure form. You're looking at about 100-foot long, 440,000 volt, 1,000 ampere electrical discharge that just doesn't want to go away but continues to grow. These are the things that the electrical power industry was almost brought to its knees on in trying to tap or prevent these type of situations from happening in the electrical system, and Steinmetz was the one that figured it out. Okay, the next shot. Okay, now Mr. Whittaker wrote a book called Theories of Ether and Electricity, or the historical representation of the theories of ether and electricity, that covers all the scientific work in electricity. It's about a 3-volume set of about 1,500 pages. Ether and electricity that covers all the scientific work in electricity. It's about a 3-volume set of about 1,500 pages. Mathematics that 100 pages. And if anybody wants to see where all of these ideas came from about the ether and about light and about relativity and quantum, this is the guy that cataloged the whole thing in a way that is just absolutely mind-boggling. Right down to the finest detail. You can go through all of Faraday's experiments and Maxwell's experiments and make your own decision from them, because he doesn't make a decision for you. He just simply outlines the history. So you don't have to redo all the experiments of the past 200 or 300 years. So go to the next shot. Okay, now we have Plato. So our method of thinking comes from two people, Plato, and then we have, following him, we have Aristotle. So Plato's thinking was to produce schemes more or less independent of existence on the basis of all being, and they were totalitarian in nature. Where Aristotle is the systematic experience of the surrounding universe, truth attained progressively through the work of individual efforts. Now Oliver Heaviside breaks this down a little further in the concept of natural philosophy. All of these people, Heaviside, Maxwell, Thomson, everybody that we're going to be talking about consider themselves a natural philosopher. It's a mode of thinking that doesn't really exist anymore today. Now Heaviside broke the natural philosophy down into two terms, those of the vitalists, which dealt with the living world, and that of the materialists, which dealt with the non-living world, which of course is us as electrical engineers. Now we can find the basic beginnings of science out of Aristotle's thought, but it had to be modified by an English Franciscan friar by the name of Ockham in 1350. He broke tradition with medieval thinking around 1350 and can be called the father of modern science. His line of reasoning led to Copernicus, then Galileo and Kepler. The mode of thinking was now how instead of why. Descartes in the 1600s continued the line of reasoning and developed the first concept of the ether, which is the most important concept in dealing with electricity. Descartes regarded a metaphysics beyond the physical. He called it the last part to be studied, as it is necessary to have previous knowledge of many things. The study of electricity, considering the electric phenomenon as non-physical, is hereby, by Descartes' reasoning, a metaphysical and not a physical study. And this is the center of the whole problem. Electricity is not a place for physicists. Okay, now Erasmus in 1509 gave a basic description of pre-Descartes thinking, which basically is where we are back again today. He said, there are innumerable niceties concerning notions, relations, instants, and formalities, which no one can pry into unless they have eyes that can penetrate the thickest darkness, and there can see things that have no existence whatsoever. The very state that Erasmus complains of in 1509 has been reborn in the concepts of relativity and what I refer to as quantum mysticism. Tesla states, the scientists from Franklin to Morse were clear thinkers and did not produce erroneous theories. Scientists today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane. Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. That's a pretty heavy statement for Tesla to make. Now, Edwin Armstrong, after being ripped off by RCA for his FM invention, really summed up the concept the best with the phrase, they substitute words for reality and then talk about the words. Heaviside gives his idea on what science is really about in his era, and very complicated statements. There is no self-contained theory possible apart from practical meaning. For a language is used in its enunciation, which implies that developed ideas and complicated processes of thought are already in existence besides the general experience associated therewith. We define things in a phrase using words. These words hail to be explained by other words, and so on forever in a complicated maze. There is no bottom to anything. We are all antipodeans and upside down. The misinterpretation of J.J. Thomson's discovery of the electron greatly hampered the understanding of electricity. And in 1900, Steinmetz summarizes the situation in one of his books. He says, unfortunately, to a large extent in dealing with the dielectric field, the prehistoric conception of the electrostatic charge on the conductor still exists, and thereby its use destroys the analogy between the two components of the electric field, the magnetic and the dielectric, and make the consideration of the dielectric field unnecessarily complicated. In actuality, it eliminates the dielectric field and makes it so that you can't calculate it and substitutes electron flow in its place. Wires are not conductors of electricity. This misconception of so-called conductors or wires carrying electricity like water in a pipe was continuously attacked by Heaviside in his writings. The entire article is written on the matter titled, A Perfect Conductor is a Perfect Obstructor, but does not absorb the electromagnetic energy of the waves. Heaviside states, it was discovered by mathematical reasoning that when an electric current is started in a wire, it begins entirely at its skin, in fact upon the outside of the skin, and that, in consequence, sufficiently rapidly impressed fluctuations of the current keep to the skin of the wire and do not sensibly penetrate its interior. The concept of electron flow in wires rather than electrical field flow around the wires can be related to seeing the footprints of the invisible man in the snow. Heaviside says now, very few, if any, mathematical electricians, he's writing this in about 1890, very few, if any, mathematical electricians could understand this fact. Many of them neither understand it or believe it. Even many who do believe it so do not because they are told so, I believe, simply because they can in the least feel positive about the truth of their own knowledge. An eminent practitioner remarked after prolonged skepticism, "If Sir Thompson says so, who can doubt it?" What a world of worldly wisdom lies in that remark. That's Heaviside's quote. The relativists, with their concept of distorted measurement or curved space, replacing an ether, and their concept of the equivalency of matter and energy, work great harm into electrical sciences. A post-Maxwellian theory of electromagnetism was to prevail, ignoring the works of Tesla and J.J. Thomson. Tesla states, "For more than 18 years I have been reading treatises, reports of scientific transactions, and articles on Hertz wave theory to keep myself informed, but they've always impressed me of works of fiction. Energy-matter equivalency, as propounded by the relativists, serves to distort the proper understanding of the continuity of energy as represented by Heaviside. The false doctrines of the law of conservation of energy has a deleterious impact on the findings of Steinmetz and others that electrical energy can be synthesized." Relativism sought to eliminate the concept of electricity in its entirety through the denial of the concept of the ether and plunged science into a giant glut of Platonic thinking and thereby established a type of religion called quantum mysticism. It seeks the creation of a spiritual entity, such as a goddess, in which to engender its framework of thinking. The influence, somewhat forceful, of the British thinking on science has been also a serious impediment upon the growth of electrical science. Foremost was the British Association, establishing a distorted system of units, ohms, farads, and what have you, representing electrical quantities. The effects were disastrous. Arbitrary factors such as 4 pi or the speed of light squared stuck to the electrical units like crap on shoes. The relativists took these parasitic factors, which have no meaning in real terms, and fabricated an entire way of thinking out of them. Heaviside used the phrase, "the brain-wasting perversity of the British." Euler describes British thinking on gravity as, "The English maintain that attraction is a property essential to all bodies, mutually to approach as if they were impelled by feeling. Other philosophers consider this opinion as absurd and contrary to the principles of rational philosophy." What was happening is the British were trying to say there was nothing in between the objects that attract, such as magnets, that it was purely the bodies themselves, and space in between was void of any acting material, which has to be complete nonsense if you're going to deal with electricity. That's where the ether comes in. English natural philosophers such as J.J. Thomson totally ignored the work of Americans such as Tesla. In fact, racial and national conflict played a major role in what would be established as scientific thinking. Nollet of France would rail upon the works of American Ben Franklin, the grandfather of modern electrical science. The French would enrage the English with their ideas on Newton, and hereby the English abandoned the ether concept for action at a distance in reprisal. Maxwell was to predominate over Helmholtz. The important works of Goethe and Steiner, who came up with a completely complementary concept of electricity and matter and these things that the British, through Newton, were working on, were completely ignored by the British and Newtonian thinking, even though the works of Steiner are extremely important in understanding certain electrical relationships. Racial mysticism such as Nazism or Zionism has given the world today a twisted nuclear thermodynamic science, producing a divergent culture racing towards destruction. Certain electrical relationships. Racial mysticism such as Nazism or Zionism has given the world today a twisted nuclear thermodynamic science, producing a divergent culture racing towards destruction. Certain electrical relationships. Racial mysticism such as Nazism or Zionism has given the world today a twisted nuclear thermodynamic science, producing a divergent culture racing towards destruction. Steinmetz regarded the Maxwellian concept of the transformer of fantasy. In fact, modern physics representation of transformer action is given the world today a twisted nuclear thermodynamic science producing a divergent culture racing towards destruction. Steinmetz regarded the Maxwellian concept of the transformer a fantasy. In fact, modern physics representation of transformer action is the diametric opposite of that of reality. In the manner of Heaviside, let us tell a story. The story is entitled An Explosion at the Shipyard. Okay, so now we're going to get into Maxwell, Heaviside, and Steinmetz, and how the electrical process was picked up by them. Removed all the furniture.
Hey, there, Rich. Can you hear me okay?
What are the big questions that...
Hello?
Todo normal.
Absurd and contrary to the principles of national philosophy. What was happening is the British were trying to say there was nothing in between objects that attract, such as magnets. That it was purely the bodies themselves, and space in between was void of any acting material, which has to be complete nonsense if you're going to deal with electricity. That's where the ether comes in. English natural philosophers such as J.J. Thomson totally ignored the work of Americans such as Tesla. In fact, racial and national conflict played a major role in what would be established as scientific thinking. Nollet of France would rail upon the works of American Ben Franklin, the grandfather of modern electrical science. The French would enrage the English with their ideas on Newton, and hereby the English abandoned the ether concept for action at a distance in reprisal. Maxwell was to predominate over Helmholtz. The important works of Goethe and Steiner, who
hang on, I was muted. Go ahead and do that.
Concept of electricity and matter and things that the British, through Newton, were working on, were completely ignored by the British and Newtonian thinking, even though the works of Steiner are extremely important in understanding certain electrical relationships. Racial mysticism such as Nazism or Zionism has given the world today a twisted nuclear thermodynamic science producing a divergent culture racing towards destruction. Steinmetz regarded the Maxwellian concept of the transformer a fantasy. In fact, modern physics representation of transformer action is the diametric opposite of that of reality. In the manner of Heaviside, let us tell a story. The story is entitled, okay. So now we're going to get into basic mathematics and science is about. Heaviside states that science begins with measurement of quantities. Mathematics is reasoning about quantities. Heaviside states electrical engineering deals with electrical energy and its flow, that is, electric power. Electrical engineers can be described as the goal-orientated utilization of the principles of mathematics and science. Theory must follow experience. Tesla complains that a spell cast by delusive theories has worked harm into the proper understanding of electricity. Heaviside advocates a somewhat forceful approach towards a correction of this type of problem, as one goes on, which is basically the air of this particular talk I'm giving. This might be the conversion from Heaviside to Michael Savage. To quote Heaviside, this seems strong language, but as Professor Tate tells us, that it is almost criminal not to know several foreign languages, which is a venial offense in the opinions of others. It seems necessary to employ strong language when the criminality is more evident. It must be severe and logical. This is why Heaviside was eventually banned from writing, at least for a while. Upon giving up, Tesla states, I am unwilling to afford to some small-minded and jealous individuals the satisfaction of having thwarted my efforts. These men are to me no more than microbes of a nasty disease. My project was retarded by nature and the world was not prepared for it. But the same laws will prevail in the end and make a triumphal success. Now, I think you can see from the beginning of my talk that none of these people are very happy. Has anybody got that idea?
If you mix Mike Savage and physics, that kind of gets the idea.
What's that?
If you mix Mike Savage and physics, that does get the idea.
Okay, so now we're going to get into Maxwell, Heaviside, and Steinmetz, and how the electrical process was picked up by them. For 2,000 years, as Mr. Whitaker tells us in his book, the attractive power of amber had been regarded as a virtue peculiar to that particular substance, or possessed by at most one or two more or two others. Amber being where you rub the the material and it picks up the little pieces of paper, the original electrical experiences of the Greeks. Gilbert proved this view to be mistaken, showing that the same effects are induced by friction in a quite large class of bodies. A force which manifests in so many different kinds of matter seemed to need a name of its own, and accordingly, Gilbert gave to it the name electric, which it has ever retained. So the birth of the word electric then became established in 1646 AD. Michael Faraday, in 1831, makes public his theory of an electrified ether consisting of polarized corpuscles forming tubules of electric induction. He begins his study of the analogies between motional and statical electrical currents. Here begins the science of electricity. James Maxwell, in 1855, at the conclusion of Faraday's research and development of the contiguous ether concept, sets out to construct a mechanical model of electrodynamic actions. He wrote, "By careful study of the laws of elastic solids, the motions of viscous fluids, I hope to discover a method of forming a mechanical conception of this electronic state adapted to chemical reasoning." It has been said that Maxwell put the math to Faraday. The impact that Maxwell's ideas had on the emerging electric science was truly profound. Utilizing the recently developed ideas of Newton, Leibniz, and Hamilton, Maxwell produced a mathematical concept of electricity, one that stands to this day. Oliver Heaviside, in 1895, begins to publish a series of articles titled On Electromagnetic Induction and Its Propagation. Here Heaviside develops what he calls electromagnetic theory from the Faraday-Maxwell point of view. By 1888, Heaviside was banned from publishing through the efforts of a Mr. Preece of the British Post Office Telegraphy Administration. Heaviside was called a disgrace to the Royal Society. However, Oliver Heaviside established electrical engineering as we know it today. Heaviside finds that the Maxwellian ideas are so cumbersome and overly mathematical. A mathematician himself, Heaviside begins development beyond the concepts of Maxwell. Heaviside states, what is Maxwell's theory? Or what should we agree to understand by Maxwell's theory? The first approximation to the matter is to say, there is Maxwell's book as he wrote it. There is his text, and there are his equations. Together they make his theory. But when we come to examine it closely, we find that this answer is unsatisfactory. To begin with, it is sufficient to refer to papers by physicists written, say, during the 12 years following the first publication of Maxwell's treatise to see there may be much difference between the opinions of them as to what the theory is. It's seen differently and by different men, which is a sign that it is not set forth in a perfectly clear manner and unmistakable form. There are so many obscurities and some inconsistencies. Speaking for myself, this is Heaviside speaking, it was only by changing its form of presentation that I was able to see it clearly, and so as to avoid the inconsistencies. Now, there is no finality in growing science. It is therefore impossible to adhere strictly to Maxwell's theory as he gave it to the world, if only on account of it being inconvenient in form. But it is clearly not admissible to make arbitrary changes in it and still call it his. He might have repudiated them utterly, but if we have good reason to believe that the theory, as stated in his treatise, does require modification to make it self-consistent, and to believe that he would have admitted the necessity of the change when pointed out to him, then I think the resulting modified theory may well be called Maxwell's. This is where Heaviside began his 1,500-page book called Electromagnetic Theory, which is basically the icon of electrical theory and science. Heaviside published his 2-volume work called Electromagnetic Theory. It went to 3 volumes. Here he developed his and extension of the Faraday concept of electricity. Electrical engineers such as their origin in these volumes. Oliver Heaviside developed a complete and verified theory of propagation of electric waves on telephone and telegraph lines. The brilliance right out of abject ignorance met with harsh opposition, but When AT&T developed the first long-distance lines on Heaviside's theory, the voices of the opposition were silent and their noses went high. While the Maxwellian concepts of Oliver Heaviside found institution in the telephone and telegraph industries, there were certain difficulties in the application of these concepts to the electric power transmission systems, particularly with regard to waves and transformers. By 1900, Charles Proteus Steinmetz had presented his theory of versor operators to replace the cumbersome differential equations utilized by the followers of Maxwell. Steinmetz was severely criticized, notably by Michael Pupin, who had glommed on to Heaviside's principles for AT&T, never mentioning Oliver, of course. However, Steinmetz's method was now a resounding hit amongst electrical engineers who now could forge ahead with Tesla's new system of alternate currents. This mathematical methodology thus allowed the extension of Tesla's AC technology throughout the world. Steinmetz quickly became an cultural icon of the United States of America. Heaviside began development of a similar line of thinking 30 years earlier with what he called his impedance operator. This concept, while replacing differential equations, was still too cumbersome for electrical engineers. In addition, it was Maxwellian. The Steinmetz method, being specialized for continuously alternating waves, was of such simplicity that one may get the feeling of cheating or such. In the corporate world that Steinmetz worked his concepts of versor algebra in, as it is called, let's see, I think I skipped something here. He could never advance it as far as he might take it. The companies were not interested in math, they were interested in machines. While attending a paper presented by Michael Pupin on the Tesla induction motor, Steinmetz remarked that the differential equations made it too mathematical for practicing engineers. He quickly sketched on the blackboard his complex number theory, which was simpler mathematically and also accounted for the losses. Not possible in Maxwellian terminology. Upon finishing, Steinmetz was criticized for not using Maxwell coefficients by Pupin. Steinmetz disliked the Maxwell approach because the coefficients of mutual inductance were expressed in a combined form as one magnetic field, where in actuality, in transformers, they exist in two fields, in what Steinmetz calls the mutual flux and the leakage flux. This conception is of utmost importance and serves as one of the main themes of this paper. So Steinmetz was given credit for being allowed by his employer to create electricity from the square root of -1. And this is where we enter the basic theory of the Thoth. Is it possible to synthesize electrical energy? So, a Vladimir Karapetov, professor of electrical engineering at Cornell University, expressed that Steinmetz was allowed by his employer to create electricity from the square root of -1.
And there you have it from the man Eric Dollard himself. It's a quite interesting 3-hour video that I took them lines from. I will definitely put it in the description and would recommend checking it out because it's really, really good, you know. Dollard, he's a bit eccentric, as are most geniuses. I don't know if he's a genius or not, but he did recreate some of Tesla's experiments, and he was said to have created somewhat of a galaxy in an electrical circuit for a street light. Actually, they have a picture of it. I've shown it a few times. I don't know where it is offhand, but when you look at it, it looks like a little galaxy. It's pretty funny. Little stars, you know. So just think, you know, we're probably some miniature universe to some far grander universe than we're in, you know, that we're in their universe or something. They're micro. It could go all the way up and all the way down for all we know. It's pretty interesting. It's really crazy and very mysterious. That's why I love it so much. Andy was trying to join me, but he keeps having some technical problems. It might be the 8,000 miles. I don't know. Just thinking. Yeah, but he keeps getting cut off, and I think he might have just given up.
I'll put Dollard over 1, 2, chat. It's okay if you're tired. Yeah, that way. Don't want to make him feel like he has to do it. All right. Yeah, well, I guess, you know, I really wanted to get on and do a little chatting and talk about some things. I did get to talk about a few things. I promised a few subscribers that I would start doing more editorials instead of just primarily reading, which is cool because I like to do that too. And it always sparks good conversation. And, you know, the whole idea behind an argument is that both parties walk away having more knowledge. That's what the point of an argument should be, not who wins. You know, but yeah, I really enjoy doing this when I've got someone to talk to. I'm gonna have to find things. I'm gonna have to learn, you know, just as I go. Modern maniac, you are true blue. That's why you're blue. It's much better. Who? Oh, that was $1. Yeah, he's there's a 3-hour video I took that from. I just said that earlier. I'll put the link in the description. Definitely recommend watching. He goes through the whole history of electric, you know, the electric universe, basically. You know, electric theory. Yeah. Starts with the Greeks and goes all the way up. And then he also talks about, is it possible to do teleportation? And he says, yes. If you have two machines that are synced at the same vibration of resonance or whatever you want to call that, and they're synced, they would be like the spooky action of distance. It doesn't matter the distance between them. They both respond to the same string or whatever. So you could go into one and come out the other as long as both machines were on. So, you know, I'm beginning to think there's nothing impossible. Really. I mean, it's just crazy. You think something, what can't humans do? I said, humans can't fly. That's weird. It's on a couple of videos by the Impossible channel. They've got video of some dude flying. I don't know. I don't know. I thought, well, they can't be real. But yet I'm looking at it, you know. There's a jet like at 5,000 feet, and there's a guy coming alongside the jet in a jetpack. It must be crazy. Jetpacks aren't supposed to go that far high. I've seen some of his stuff before. Wonder if he had an opinion of you. Who's that? Oh, Dollard? Oh yeah, Dollard wanted to join, but they didn't have any interest to pick him up. He offered his services, and they just told him thanks, but no thanks. That's what he said. No, I don't know if that's true or not. But he was, I watched him. I got a Eric Dollard playlist. I'll link it for you. It's really good. He talks about a lot of shit. And in one of the interviews that's in that playlist, he says, you know, he talks about that. He said, I called him up and said, hey, I'd love to get involved and, you know, be part of it. And they just said, no, you know, it's kind of closed. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't know. You know, there's another guy out there, when I first found out about the electric universe, that was accusing Dave and Wall of stealing his idea and was trying to say that the electric universe belonged to him. I guess he kind of disappeared. But I remember in the very beginning that was going on. It was kind of crazy. And I asked Wall about it. He did respond, too. He responded. He said, yeah, he made up the name, and we tried to involve him, but he wanted to be off on his own. So we said, okay, bye. You know. So, you know, lots of things happen. People can't get along. Mostly you found out in music anyway. It's egos. Egos really get in the way. I never had an ego. I didn't think I was good enough. Because I played with some great musicians. But they'd tell you, too, how great they were. To me, that kind of ruins it. Hey, there's Andy. That kind of ruins it for me. Because I think you should walk softly and carry a big stick. That's what I've always thought. Hey Andy, what's up?
Go on there, Greg.
Yeah.
It's a bit windy here today, so the internet just works when it wants to. It's funny how that happens.
Technology.
Yeah, it's not you. No. Since they played around hooking this 5G in and cut out 3G, you get the wind the wrong way, it doesn't work.
Yeah, you know, I got 5G and I want to get rid of it because I don't think it's real healthy. Yeah.
Oh,
but anyways, you know. Go ahead.
No, you keep going.
I was going to say I was chatting with this one guy earlier today about Bobby Kennedy Jr. He's telling me his family is fucking backing Biden. And I said, yeah, well, they're not real Kennedys, so don't worry about it. They're just Kennedys in name only. Like, they call them Kino. Kennedy in name only. You know, like a rhino.
Yep. Yeah, look, you got to remember that politics in them places goes back a long way. So, as far as that goes. And what always amazes me is, in recent times, you had the War of Independence, and now you just want to create some form of royal family. I don't understand it. You know, like, isn't it funny how things get forgotten?
Oh yeah, you got that right. Yeah, you know, I think that here's what I think. I think Robert Kennedy Jr. is really kind of our only choice. I mean, Trump is okay, I guess, but man, I mean, he just loves Israel, and you know, I don't think they need as much help as he thinks they do. I guess, you know, give their money away, give. But not that it's bad to love Israel, and not that it's good, but I don't want to get involved in any of that war over there, or any of that crap, man. And you know, over there in Ukraine, all that shit has got to stop, man. It's just going to lead to world war. That's all it's going to do. And then, you know, who suffers? We do, people. I think I lost Andy again. Are you there, Andy? Sorry, I didn't mean to hog the conversation. Are you there? He's having problems. Well, we're coming up on an hour, so I guess I'm going to probably close it down here soon. I'm really glad you could join me, Matter Maniac. And you know, I didn't know you were a Patreon, so welcome aboard. It's good to have you. And it's worth it to me to just do a show for one person, you know, because that means that's how much you mean to me, man. I mean it. I'm not real good at being mushy, but I'm sincere, and I really do appreciate it. But Andy, I'm kind of got a blank going on here because I see you're with me, but then you're gone. Oh, there you went. There you went. That was a mirage, I guess. Well, I guess I'm going to say goodnight then. I'll maybe give him another minute or two. And you got anything going on, Maniac? How's it going out there? You okay? I gotta find you. Where are you? There you are. If someone needs to tell you how great they are, they aren't. Yeah, that's true. But what I notice in the world of musicians, especially the guitar players, they all seem to not really like another guitar player in the band. You know, they get catty, and I just don't understand that. Drummers are like that too. It's like, you know, it's just music, man. Let's have fun. You know, no matter how good you are, there's always somebody better. You know, it's not about that. It's about playing music. It's not about who's better than who. It's stupid. The best songs are 3 chords. Hi.
So what you're saying, Greg, is you've got to keep it. Don't overthink things.
Right.
You know, we overthink things.
Yeah.
Would that be right?
Yes.
Yep. And then we think because we've got all this in it now, we think it's got to be better than the simplified version. So I was listening to Joe Farrell before talking.
Oh yeah.
And he was talking about plasmoids.
Oh yeah, he's got that book. Yeah. He goes all the way up until declaring the universe electric and then stops.
Well, that's an interesting point you make, because the person who was talking to him actually mentioned all that. Joe sort of like didn't get into it, but he didn't discount it, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, he might just not want to get involved.
So, yeah. So it is, some of what he's.
But I've heard Farrell say in another interview that the Germans were not using Einsteinian physics. Not because they were Jew physics, like they called it, but because they were wrong physics.
Well, I'd say they didn't suit their needs.
Right.
They were going down a totally different path.
Yeah, the path of hatred and murder. Yeah.
That as well. Yes. yeah. So, and like they were close to creating some things that probably would have made our nuclear devices look like child's play. So it's possibly just as well that something intervened and stopped them.
Yeah, well, we can hope. Because I don't think the people in charge of the planet, human-wise, I don't think they have a clue.
Well, it's all about power, isn't it? Who's got the power, who dictates, like a friend of mine, he was in Queensland recently, he goes, you should see all them new yachts that are up there. So obviously someone's able to skim the money off the top, right, and have potentially huge amounts of wealth, and others just battle on.
Hey, I got to ask you, man, lately I've been getting into that whole flight MH370.
Oh, yeah.
Malaysia.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it? What do you know?
Well, I listened to that bloke talking to Diamond that time, who talks the theory on that, basically it got swallowed up by some form of frequency, black hole, something like that. Yeah,
well, it's proven to be
So I listened to him a couple of times, but then he just,
A guy recreated it, yeah.
Yep.
It's right on Google. Just Google it in the video, and it's right there. It's discovered to be a hoax. When I first saw the three orbs going around it and disappearing, I was like, no way, I didn't just see that. No, absolutely no way. And then the guy in there is so convincing, saying, special effects artist from the movie Star Wars said it would take 6 months to do that. And then some guy redid it on his computer. Took him about 6 hours.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, it didn't look different at all. Yep. Exactly the same. So, yeah, there's so much and that's what ruins it. Because you get people, you want to know if aliens are really in touch with Earth, but then you get these people who make this shit up and lie. And why? Why do they want to advance that? That's not reality. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yep, I understand what you're saying. Like you got all those families and people that are involved in that, and why people are doing that, you can never ever get to what really did happen.
Right.
So it does seem odd that very little of it was ever found, if that was it even, that they did find.
Yeah, just a few pieces wash up on shore.
Yeah,
but 4 days after the crash, they were calling the cell phones and they were still ringing.
Yep.
The guy was in a 22-minute holding pattern. What was that all about? Probably negotiating, maybe? I don't know. Do you buy the suicide story? You think that's the truth?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I've heard his family talking and that, and you got to think there was some people on that plane that, I did look at the passenger list, but there was a group of scientists on that plane. I can't remember what they were about now.
There were also,
there could have been.
There were also 2 traders on their way to Beijing to sell U.S. secrets.
All right.
That's what
I often felt, because it was going to Beijing, there were so many Chinese nationals on it, and the Chinese government at the time never really made a lot of noise. Like they were very quiet.
They never do.
And at that time too, you'd had a bit of blueing again over the South China Sea and what China was doing in there, claiming it's their territory. And I often wondered whether a Chinese fighter jet had took it out thinking it was something else, you know, like we've had that happen in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So I often think it's quite plausible that MH370 got blown out of the sky.
Yeah, by US.
You know,
by US.
No, I think by China.
Ooh.
Because, as I say, Chinese government was very quiet on it. You know, if they had felt the US was involved, they would have been making a hell of a noise. So I've often felt that it was one of those things like we've had in the past where the Russians took out American ones over the years and vice versa, so-called mistaken for something else. So, yeah. So that's just been my feeling, is that it copped a missile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I listened to one pundit. I can't remember who it was exactly. I don't want to name the wrong person, but he said that the U.S. took it out with the lithium batteries to send them a message that, you know, who's your daddy? Because two people were going to Beijing to sell secrets.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I don't know that the US is. Well, I don't know whether the US would do that. You know, like
Diego Garcia was down there.
Yeah, but you get what I mean. Like we can say the US has faults, but I don't think the US would deliberately do that, knowing the repercussions.
Your Wawa. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, my son bought me water.
Yeah. Because the repercussions that could come from that would have been huge.
Yeah.
You know, so like, that's just what you're. Now, like I say, we can all have a belt against the US, but at times you got to wonder, you know, like they can't be the fault of everything.
No. But I didn't realize, you know, what such a huge area it is between Africa and Australia. With no land, it's as bad as the Pacific.
Yeah,
down there in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, well, the southern hemisphere, when you look at it, you know, like it's mainly water, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to check it out here on Google Earth. Yeah, Pacific
and you get.
I'm going to share screen.
Yeah, and the Indian Ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, it's vast.
And that Indian Ocean apparently,
but
apparently it can be very rugged seas too.
Yeah.
So you have all these shipwrecks from the Southeast Indian Company and all that, you know, going back 16th century and that, off the coast of Western Australia that got blown off course. You know, trading between like Indonesia, India and those countries. Well, that's a bloody long way.
Yeah.
To get blown off course, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No.
Damn right, yeah. Well, let's see. Pacific. And we'll take a look at how big that is. Pacific Ocean. Well, no. Okay, we'll go here. And look at how big the Pacific Ocean. I mean, it's vast, right? It's really huge. But I'm lagging. It's really huge. But then you go over here to the Indian Ocean, and it's just as huge between Africa. Where is it? Right here. Right? Where's Australia? Oh, there
Australia.
Down here. Look at that.
Yep.
That's just as huge. And they say that he sunk somewhere in here. I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, they actually used that. They actually, after that MH370 disappeared,
you ever been to
they actually did a lot of they did a lot of mapping of the Indian Ocean because it had never been mapped, and like it's got canyons in it, you know, miles deep.
Yes.
You know, it was interesting because I did see some of it. They released some of what they'd done.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was unbelievable, the canyons that are on the floor of the Indian Ocean. And yeah, talking about Perth, there's a suburb of Perth, Fremantle. Well, they've got this museum to, you know, like maritime. And that's, you see there, you know, like they do have a couple of them old ships that you know, that got wrecked, you know, like, well, I don't know, 400 years ago. And when you look at them, you go, that's a bathtub. Those mariners literally in a bathtub.
Oh, really?
Floating around in this. Oh yeah, they're nowhere near as big as you think.
Bold part.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
It looks
they're
like it
nowhere
might
near
be
as
like a
big as you think.
seaside kind of resorty place.
Oh no, it's not really. No, it's not really. It's actually not a bad city.
Well, look at this.
You know, because it's not overcrowded and populated.
Look at, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's big,
And it's all
too.
desert.
Australia's huge.
It's all desert.
Is it?
But
Look at this drop off.
all around Perth.
Look at this. I
Yeah.
wonder what carved that?
Oh yeah, the sea.
Oh, man. So
Yeah.
just dredged it like.
But you got. Yeah, but you have a look at California. You have the same there.
Yeah, yeah,
No.
you do. California and Australia are very similar in a lot of ways. Because you might have been
Yeah,
both
well, I
part of
reckon
Lemuria, that's why.
Yeah.
At one time,
Yeah,
that was
but,
that was a huge lake. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna that's pretty good.
And that's
you know?
what gets me now.
Hold on, whatever.
That's what gets me now, Greg. Is
What? What gets you?
what gets me now is people go on about climate change and all those things, right? But when you look at a map like that, you see how there's constant change.
Yeah.
You know, and you see, like remnants of where you've had great societies and they've disappeared, and all those sorts of things. So, no, it is interesting how the planet has changed.
Modern Maniac is our only viewer.
Yeah, I think we've been living in probably a good.
He says, I'm pretty sure if aliens were visiting the Earth, we would know about it. They would have technology advanced enough that we wouldn't be able to stop them. Well, that's true. And what reason would they have to hide, right? Right. But they might just think we're not ready for it. The vast majority of Earth's land mass is in the Northern Hemisphere. Yes, the Northern Hemisphere, according to Velikovsky, the Northern Hemisphere is heavier than the Southern Hemisphere. Go figure.
Right.
So,
right.
The Earth's top
Well, in reply to that, if there's aliens here, they're able to cloak themselves.
They gotta be. Or they look just like us.
They would.
You know, have you ever heard the string?
The other point is,
what was that?
Would they? If there was aliens here, why would you necessarily cloak yourself as a human? Why wouldn't you cloak yourself as a bird?
Well, who's to say they look any
because a bird
different
can
to us?
go anywhere.
Did you ever think
That's
there
right.
might be
You
something
can't tell.
odd about Switzerland? Their money, it looks like the tall whites in their money. And they kind of stick to themselves and nobody ever messes with Switzerland. They don't even need an army. Why?
Yeah, well, again, they've been pretty.
I'm thinking
over
maybe
the
they're
centuries, they've been.
from some other planet.
Yeah, but they've been fairly isolated.
Yeah.
Plus,
nothing but rocks and snow.
It's
like almost 90.
Yeah, but also weren't they the originators of the original Vikings?
Yeah.
So they were, once pretty brutal. So yeah, so they've made a lot of wealth out of oil. So yeah, and they just, and I don't know what the long term is, but they
I would
don't
say
seem to
it's, yeah, it's probably too mountainous anyway. Can't do anything. Just a bunch of mountains and ice and snow. Great for skiing, but that's about it.
Yeah, but I suppose people adapt to live in that environment the same as people adapt to live in a desert, don't they?
Yeah. True.
Yeah. Causes.
Yeah, for some reason, the ice and the snow is a little better, because you can ski. You can't do shit in the desert.
And when you do,
sweat.
and you look where you are, Greg, although you'll get snowed in and that at periods, when the snow melts, you get a really good growing, like you can grow in that short window a really lot of good food and all that. compared to what we grow. We need a lot more land to do what you do because of it. So, but the downside is, you're basically snowed in often for good periods in winter.
Right.
Like we're lucky. We're lucky here. We have a good climate, really. And it's not very often. Not very often we're stuck in, literally stuck inside. That you can't go out and do anything.
You have good weather, a lot better than we do. In the wintertime, I'm just kind of socked in from not, I got to do something indoors. Unless I want to play hockey, But my hockey days are behind me. I haven't played in about 10 years, maybe more. But,
when do you start baseball?
Oh, we already had our first practice last Sunday. We're practicing Sunday. We're going to be doing a scrimmage game in a couple of weeks, and season starts June 1st.
Oh, yeah, that's
I'm already chucking the ball. I'm better this year than I was last year. I lost the weight. I got my balance back.
Yep.
I'm going to be a mean this year.
Well, you never know. Maybe some of those supplements you're taking are doing good.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. And that's the thing. I've...
You seem to be fit. You seem to be pretty fit. You've lost weight.
Yes. Everything's going good. I got the tumor still, but I think, like my friend Carter, he thinks it's dead. I mean, I don't know. Tumors can turn to cysts, but I don't really know. I didn't go to a doctor. I turned inward and tried to fix myself, just using common sense. I've recently got into food grade hydrogen peroxide, food grade. Have you heard of it?
Do you find since you've been doing that that you don't run out of breath as quick? Because if you've got more oxygen in your system, technically you should be able to.
When I first started doing
would you find that's the case?
It's only been a week so far, and my stomach is really touchy to it. I got to make sure I have it diluted enough. And yes, my oxygen count went from 94 to 96. So that's good. 94 was kind of bottom, you want it to be a little higher than that. Now I'm 96, and I'm bowling. I'm doing shit all the time. I don't lay around hardly at all, except for maybe a day here or a day there, But man, I have to keep moving because I've went up 2 points. I'm hoping to get back up to 98. But I hear people that are older are lower anyway. I don't know. I don't want to starve my body slowly of oxygen either. Because I was a long time smoker.
I'd say be careful with it. I'd say it'd be one of those things too where you can't say, a little bit more might be good.
Yeah.
No. Someone said to me, and I said, I only think you're having about 5 drops. So it's not huge. You don't need a huge amount to make a difference.
No, you don't. Yeah. I'm starting at 5 drops and increasing it 1 drop a day up to 23 drops for 23 days. Every day.
All right. Yep. And then what? You come back to 5? Back to 5 or what?
It kills cancer.
Or
oxygen.
Yep.
And I also found out that nitric oxide causes apoptosis in cancer cells and anti-tumor. So I'm going to get me some nitric oxide.
Yeah, that's a pill. Well,
you know what has nitric oxide is beetroot. Remember when you told me about beetroot?
So Andy, nitric oxide's what they use. Hang on, I lost that.
I said, remember when you told me about beetroot?
Yep.
Nitric oxide.
Yep, beetroot. Yeah, and that's that pill they give people to put under their tongue when they've got heart problems.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Nitric oxide. Yeah. When you'd see years ago before they had the operating procedures they've got now, people who had bad hearts they'd put this pill under their tongue.
Yeah,
and that's what that was.
Yeah. That was nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
Not
Well, is it?
Yeah, nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
Not
I think
not nitric oxide. I don't think so.
not nitrogen.
No,
Oh, right. Yeah.
that's nitrogen.
Yeah, but doesn't that create like? Yeah, but doesn't that create like a big oxygen sort of effect too?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I smoke pot, you know. I shouldn't, but I hear it's good for you. So I mean, I don't know. Tommy Chong is like 85 and he's still kicking. You know.
Yeah, but I don't think he smokes it anymore.
Yes, he does. He says to save his
Well,
life.
I'd seen a thing where he said he didn't use it anymore.
Well, then maybe.
But anyway.
Yeah, you might be ahead of me.
Yeah.
Hydrogen peroxide is supposed to kill healthy cells. That's what they tell us anyway. No, listen to my book that I have in Patreon, Modern Maniac. It tells you the real deal. They've been lying about hydrogen peroxide for a long time. It's a cure for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I stand by.
Well,
I'll tell you what it is good for, Greg. You know, I'll tell you what it is good for. You know how sometimes your ears get blocked up?
Yeah.
Especially if you've been swimming and you get the water in your ears and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You don't know, you buy it at about 3%. And you put that in your ears.
Yeah.
And you do that over 3 or 4 days. You know, like so you put some in your ear, you feel it bubbling and all that. And then you do that over about 3 or 4 days, and then all the junk just comes out in one big whack.
Yeah.
So where they like to put a syringe in and blast it, but that can damage your eardrums.
Yeah.
Where if you use that, it bubbles it and brings it out. So it creates a reaction
Right.
with your ears.
We've been using it for years, but they made up a bunch of bullshit so people wouldn't try to use it. It's cheap. But I'm trying, you know, I'll try anything if I think it will help, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you just got to be careful you don't mix them, because then you can get a reaction you don't want.
Right, for sure. No, yeah. I'm trying, you know, I'm being very careful. I'm doing it every 8 hours, just like I'm supposed to, and, you know, I'm not just jumping in. I'm getting just slowly out. I'm up to about 10 drops right now, so.
So when you get to the 23 days, what do you do then?
Well, then you just do a maintenance thing about once a week or once every other week or something like that. Or whenever you want.
Oh, right, yep.
Yeah, if you got a cold or, you know,
yep.
Whenever you want. I want you to listen. You want to listen to the book for a little while?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Well, I might as well just stay. Yep. I don't know if I should stay on, because I could just get rid of this part. Okay, I'll go on to.
Well, you've got what you're saying. You've only got one Patreon listening, so he might like to listen to it.
Yeah, he can. Well, he's already probably.
Ask him in the chat.
Hey, Modern Maniac, would you mind listening to some of that book right now with Andy? Is that okay with you?
Yes, that was our last. For Patreon, and you get extra content, all kinds of it, if you join Patreon. For $3 a month, you can help me. I'm going to be doing a little telethon soon, trying to get up some money to get a new computer. I can't move to the basement, my new studio, until I get one. So that is the major obstacle right now. So please help all you can, if you can. I appreciate that. I give everything I do away for free. You don't see commercials or any of that stuff. And, you know, I don't bait somebody along, get them to join. I just try to get it on the kindness of your heart, because I know it's there. All right, well, I would mind to open it up to chat for a little while in a bit. It's one video I want to see first, and I will just going to start a song real quick. I'm not going to be on it very long. Oh, I forgot this is a full screen, isn't it? Why is it not? There we go.
stating them as facts. There is always in the throat of the old age machine. Kindness takes a bit of the sting away. I'm very grateful for that. Asking only for as much as you can do. I just hate talking about it. Secrets of the universe. Secrets of the universe. Take a drink from Lysergi's cup. At the eye there's heaven. Are there runes on Venus? Are there runes on Venus? Dinosaur hoax theory. One-inch manuscript. Atlantis Hyperborea. Airships of the 1890s. Medieval ancient coins and giants of Peru. Cities on the moon. Antarctica. Our hero figurines, the Nazi UFO thing. Skulls of Peru. Temple of the Doom. Now what is it? Knowledge. Dr. C said he is unacknowledged. Secret from the scholars. Electric solar system, electric stars, cold plasma, Dealey Plaza, secret from the scholars.
Hello everyone. I would like to talk to you tonight about ancient Egypt, electricity, and some moon mysteries that have been on my mind, and I've been thinking about some things. First, tonight, we're going to take a little dive into did the ancient Egyptians have electricity? To me, a very interesting and intriguing question. There seem to be plenty of clues. I don't know, what do you think about this? It seems to me for quite a long time now we've been surmising and hypothesizing about the ancient Egyptians having electric power. I remember talking about the Jeb pillar in previous videos. reminding me of some kind of an electrode. It sure does look electric. So let's start off with what we know and do our best to analyze it with the information that we have. It is known the electric catfish of the Nile was known by the ancient Egyptians, which certainly could have given them the concept of electric charge. And it's been promulgated that the Great Pyramid was an electric powerhouse of some kind. And pretty much most of us should already know or have heard about the Baghdad battery, an ancient electric cell battery found near modern-day Baghdad, Iraq, by a German archaeologist in 1936. One of the most interesting and highly debated artifacts of the Baghdad Museum in Iraq is a clay pottery. It stands about 5 to 6 inches high, encapsulates a copper cylinder suspended in the center of this cylinder, but not touching it is an iron rod to be filled with vinegar or wine. And this would make a cell more than a battery, and if you put all of them together, then you get battery. The term battery mostly means a battery of cells, like an artillery battery. According to Brian Forrester, the ancient Egyptians indeed knew about electricity and utilized it to the maximum benefit, which wouldn't surprise me a bit. The Jed pillar is performing the same function as a Tesla tower or coil.
It's being shown. You can touch it, but here, the giants here are the ancient Cometians. They're being pictured as giants. Now, we'd say to people, is it symbolic or is it actual? Why does it have to be either or? Why can it not be both? They could have been giants, but giants of mind. Okay, both. This shows a knowledge of electricity that was there. Why, if it's symbolic, do you have a wire being plugged into a box?
I thought that was...
Of course, and this is the backbone of Osiris. The Jed pillar, Jed pillar, where they come to the name, used in Arabic today in Egypt, Jeddah means grandpa, papa.
Well, you know, I remember Neil Thompson said that he thinks the ancients in Egypt worshipped the great electricity. And there's all kinds of clue that they were indeed using electricity from the ceilings of the Serapeum and the Great Pyramids. There are no scorch marks from having torches. They had to have some kind of an electric power that they were using. And speaking of the Serapeum, that is one giant crazy place. The more you learn about it, the crazier it gets. Just in case you don't know about the Serapeum of Saqqara, I'll give you a refresher or a brief synopsis. The Serapeum of Saqqara was the ancient Egyptian burial place for sacred bulls of the Apis cult at Memphis. It was believed the bulls were incarnations of the god Ptah, which would become immortal after death as Osiris Apis, a name which evolved to Usahapi. What a name to have. I mean, who could have a name better than Usahapi in the Hellenistic period? It has these vaults with these huge lids on them that weigh about 50 tons. And it is a complete mystery how these giant vault-like tombs got inside these dugout rooms. How those huge granite boxes with the lids so big it would take 200 people to move could have been maneuvered inside of those tiny little rooms is beyond me. Inside these little vaults, that looks like they were carved right out of the bedrock. What in the world could they have done that with? And it's very clean, too. Then they somehow squeezed them giant vaults into these tiny rooms. According to Brian Forrester, when they were discovered in the 19th century, there were humanoids inside of them. They must have had some kind of tools. It would be difficult to imagine how such a thing could be accomplished with doldrite hammer and a copper chisel. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. It just seems highly unlikely to me. What do you think? This image reminds me of Dracula's lair. It's said that the Egyptians made ornate carvings of just about every creature imaginable. Things like crocodiles and even insects and birds. To look at it, one might not think that the Saqqara bird is anything out of the ordinary. until it is looked at by an aerodynamics expert, to which they would say that the design is aerodynamically perfect. Is it possible that it's not a bird at all? It doesn't have feathers and has a tail like an airplane. The carving was found in a tomb in Saqqara toward the end of the 19th century. It is said to be about 2,200 years old. Some believe it's an out-of-place object due to its tail design. Plus, the thin wings are more reminiscent of an aircraft than a bird. And like I said, there are no feathers. So is it a hawk or is it a glider? The Saqqara bird. And also in Saqqara is the Saqqara disk. Well, you had the Saqqara bird, and now you have the Saqqara disk. It's also called the schist disk. It was found in the 1930s. Most people are struck by the same thought when they first see it, that it's a steering wheel for a car, made 5,000 years before the first car. It also presents the problem that the wheel-shaped disk is much older than the invention of the wheel. The disk is made from a delicate, particular kind of rock, and it only 1 inch thick. If it was dropped, it would shatter like glass. What was its purpose? Nobody knows. Alternative ideas range from a fancy candlestick holder, but no other holders have been found that even closely resemble the schist disk. Its purpose is unknown. Now, what this gentleman says in this particular video, you'll find linked in the description. He says that the text with the hieroglyphs reads that they had control of a great power, and that that great power could be abused. And it was a warning to those who have the ability to control that power. And of course, the power is electricity. I found that quite interesting. As for the electric question, it really depends on how many coincidences you are willing to accept and not think something of it. Okay, so you got the images at Abydos. All right, that's a coincidence. All right, then you got the gigantic tombs that were said by locals to have one time housed giant humanoid Serapeum in Saqqara. Another coincidence, you got the Great Pyramid, that they would have a very hard time building it even today with machinery. Another coincidence, there's 3 right there. You have hieroglyphs with them walking around carrying giant light bulbs. That's a coincidence. See, it's just too many coincidences. That's just what I think. I'm told that the snake in the middle symbolizes electricity. You have all of the big skulls from Peru, and there were in Egypt too. I mean, check out this fella. I mean, he's a dandy. I bet he was popular in his time. It really makes one think that something was going on in our deep past that we have no clue of. They had some kind of technology going on. They've left their calling card all over the world. The underground cities, all of the references to electricity. It seems something had to have been going on. And for some reason, it either has something to do with Mars. Cairo just happens to mean Mars. Or the moon, which is strange in itself. It's said that Thoth and Adam came from the moon, but it's never been explained any further than just that. What's up with that? What is that supposed to mean? So I found out that the Jed pillar is Jeddah. Sounds similar to Jedi, doesn't it? Which means grandfather, or backbone of Osiris, or Kundalini. The force, the electric force, is with us. For sure. The whole universe is about being electric. The ancient Egyptians seemed to know this. And from the wonderful video I have linked in the description from Ryan Forrester, he says in it that the texts tell the story, and the texts say that the knowledge of the great energy can be abused. Most archaeologists with mainstream wouldn't dare such a thing. They're forbidden, or they'll be out of the gravy train loop. But it was actually Benjamin Franklin who discovered electricity. When he flew his historic kite, he was known to have been quoted as saying, "The sky is electric." Ben was kind of a rock star of his day. He hung out in Paris during the Revolution, trying to get France's help in fighting the British, and the French were quite smitten with him. He took to wearing a raccoon skin cap. It became such a fuss, all the Parisians had to have one, so he sent to America for as many coonskin caps that they could make and send there. He was known to be a bit of a partier, liked to burn at both ends, and it's even said he was a bit of a womanizer. But at least he was an honest scientist. For that, I have to say that I respect and admire old Ben.
I am Thoth, the Atlanteans.
What do you think to the thought that the ancients in Egypt built all that stuff, and the Egyptians just kind of came in and homesteaded on it? I think it's very possible that something very unusual and majestic took place all over the world at one time, and the peoples who came in afterward are the ones getting the credit. But it wasn't the ancient Egyptians. It was probably the ancients in Egypt before the Egyptians. Just my guess. What's yours? I'm interested to know. Their hieroglyphics show them working with electricity everywhere. It's beginning to look like another race of beings, humanoids, not human, possibly inhabited ancient Egypt, and they were a very intelligent race of beings. Like I have said many times before, at one time on this planet there were a race of geniuses that were living on the earth. A Jeb Peller, to me, always resembled electricity.
There's so much more to add to that. I hope I'm not buzzing. But the ancients, you know, Brian Forrester, in that last video I did live, or dropped premiere, he said it very clearly and very concisely that the ancient leaders didn't think that the people were peons to treat like crap, but they held their leadership as the responsibility, the person who had to look out for everyone. So it was probably quite stressful. And that's exactly the way John Kennedy, speaking of JFK, ruled when he was president. That's what set him apart from the other presidents, that they should all follow. In some ways, they have followed him, trying to be him in many ways, but coming short. They only pay it lip service. They don't follow through. So this next election is going to be very interesting. I'm going to line stuff up, maybe get someone to chat live if my mic's not buzzing. I got to find that out now. I got to play a little bit more and we'll be back.
Coupled with the fact that we've been getting teased by their hieroglyphics since they were carved, or since they were discovered, I guess I should say, that they were up to something with high tech. There's the mainstream Egyptology seems to be completely left-brained on the matter, even though these people drew images, these magnificent giant light bulbs in their hieroglyphics, take it as some kind of symbolism for the lotus flower, was what I heard it symbolizes to them. But really, if you just look at the picture, it shows what could be a giant holding these giant light bulbs, and they're plugged in. They're plugged in to a Jeb pillar. Now I have to say, when I learned about this next artifact, my mind was blown, but it got double blown. If you didn't know about the Colgant disc, then prepare to have your mind blown. Because I didn't know this thing existed until just recently, and I'm still marveling over it. This is what it is. It is an artifact. Colgant disc is said to be a model of our galaxy. What? And this is where I got my mind blown the first time. How can an ancient artifact be a model of our galaxy? But here's the kicker. It's got a hole right where the sun should be. And whoever put it there knew that the sun is not in the arms of the galaxy, but it's on a spur. If they didn't have telescopes and weren't spacefaring, how could they have possibly known that? Was it just a good guess? Now it's twice. That's double mind blown. How could anyone figure any of this out thousands of years ago? Some ancient artifacts are truly puzzling. Like this one, it blew my mind. It's a mind blower, because I didn't know about it before. 2,000-year-old Disco Colgant is an object that was produced for unknown reasons, or at least it seems so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, ritual artifact? Or does it offer evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? And, well, you know,
it's interesting that they use the word magnetron, because there was a leader in Babylon named Magnetron, I do believe. Interesting. Interesting name.
no, I mean, let's just call it what it is. It looks like a model of the Milky Way galaxy. There's even a dot where the sun should be. Isn't that interesting? Who made the Disco Colgant and why? It may just be a coincidence, of course, but the Disco Colgant makes us easily think this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other galaxy. But modern astronomers know the majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a flat rotating disk of stars. Not really too much on this thing, but what else could it be? Which, you know, goes right back to the original argument of the super geniuses that were spacefaring. How could they not have been if they're drawing star maps of the galaxy that looks just like the Milky Way? I'm not saying it's that, but that's what it looks like to me. That's it. But, you know, we just throw things in the big mystery bag and never have to deal with them. What even can be an explanation for a thing like that that's not the obvious? Now, I often like to look up at the moon and muse about what's there, but what about this? If there's one place in this solar system that is as enigmatic or crazy as ancient Egypt, it's the moon. There have been stories of NASA hiding things on the moon. Story of aliens parked on the side of a crater watching the moon landing. There is a picture of what looks like a satellite dish on the moon, a cooling tower, buildings. Tell me what you make of this little video here. It sure does look like it could be real. Now this brief video is a set of interesting images put together. It looks like a moon being just having a look what's going on in his backyard, I guess. To me, like, it would be hard to fake that. But I'm not saying it's real. It's probably just a really good fake. Apollo 11, that allegedly captured this footage of a moon being, undeniably proving life on other planets. But what are the odds? Just like everything, you have to sort the wheat from the chaff. Unfortunately, when it comes to the moon, it's mostly chaff. But there is something freaky about it, isn't there? Oh, and mustn't forget Here's what looks like a TR-3B taking a break on the lunar surface. I can't make this up, folks. It's 400 times smaller than the sun, but 400 times closer, and it completely covers the sun in an eclipse. I wonder what the odds for that would be. There is also the crazy blue Aristarchus crater. Why does it look geometrically shaped? Why does it look like it has a face? Is that all pareidolia? It's been so long since I used it. Lest we forget the CP-30 head found on a crater by Apollo 17 astronaut. Now, I don't know what to think of this. I know it comes from Richard Hoagland and Mike Barra, and they do have an agenda, it seems. Is it fraudulent or is it real? Is this a real robot head? Let me know if you know. The only agenda I'm interested in is the truth. Plus, some guy recently took a picture with just his camera, I think. They got some pretty good ones out there for taking moonshots. Caught a bright spot on the moon. Since we're talking about Star Wars, okay, just check this out. It's probably just a weird hypothesis, but not even that really, but some dots. CP-30 head on the moon. R2-D2 found on Mars, and there was some, and the Millennium Falcon found in the Baltic Sea. Just saying. What did, who's the guy who wrote that? What was his name? What did he know and when did he know it? That dude was, I can't remember his name, George Lucas, I think he's in the know. Something. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Resembling a city. Wonder what that is. On the moon. There's another funny story that kind of connects a dot in a way. When Buzz and Neil were doing their thing on the moon in 1969, the Chinese had sent a message through India asking them to look for a Chinese princess. Well, ironically enough, this Apollo 20 trip was allegedly to an abandoned spaceship that was crash-landed on the moon. And on board the crash-landed rocket, which is immense, they found a Chinese princess. Coincidence? Again, I don't know. The story is very intriguing. I'm just trying to ascertain if there's any kind of truth to it or if it's just all a bunch of baloney. BS. You heard about the exploits of the alleged Apollo 20? I've always thought that this was a hoax. I want to know what you think about it. It is interesting, but I still believe it to be a hoax. But then I found out not long ago there really was an Apollo 20 and it was really scrubbed in the 70s. That made me think, how about that? And it's a very good fake, if that's what it is. Never watched it before. But, I'm sure people can do these kinds of things in studios, and why they do them, I'll never know, but, because of that, we can never really trust our own eyes. But that led me to ask myself a series of questions. Let's just say, for example's sake, that there was a spaceship crash-landed on the surface of the moon and NASA could get to it. Would they tell us? I would say absolutely not, because of the Brookings report. Would they bring things back? Absolutely. Would they deny it? Absolutely. They didn't just lie about a few things, they say they lied about everything. So in the realms of possibility, I would say it's probably 50-50. On the picture where they show what she would have possibly looked like alive, notice the third eye in the center of her forehead. Alright, well that's going to do it for this show. I just wanted to bring up a few more anomalous things that I really enjoy researching. And I thought you might too. Please leave a like, maybe a comment. I do enjoy reading your comments. I'm not monetized whatsoever, so please donate if you can. Everything is 100% free here. if you can. That'll do it for me. Take care. I'll see you soon. Good night. Break it. Just want to do one thing real quick. I'm going to put it on.
Part one: basic ideas of the Ganymede hypothesis. Seeing this?
Yes.
I mean, you've got two relationships that the book talks about. One is
Worlds in Collision is a book
I'll be
of
right
wars
in the hall.
celestial
Just
sphere
8 minutes.
that took place in historical time. In these wars, the planet Earth participated too. This book describes two acts of a great drama. One that occurred 34 to 35 centuries ago, in the middle of the second millennium before the present era. The other in the 8th and beginning of the 7th century before the present era. 26 centuries ago, accordingly. This volume consists of two parts, preceded by a prologue. Harmony, or stability, in the celestial and terrestrial spheres, is the point of departure of the present-day concept of the world as expressed in the celestial mechanics of Newton and the theory of evolution of Darwin. If these two men of science are sacrosanct, this book is a heresy. However, modern physics of atoms and of the quantum theory describes dramatic changes in the microcosm, the atom, the prototype of the solar system, a theory, then, that envisages not dissimilar events in the macrocosm. The solar system brings the modern concepts of physics to the celestial sphere.
I'm here.
This book is written for the instructed and uninstructed alike. No formula, no hieroglyphic will stand in the way of those who set out to read it. If occasionally historical evidence does not square with formulated laws, it should be remembered that a law is but a deduction from experience and experiment, and therefore laws must conform with historical facts, not the facts with laws. The reader is not asked to accept a theory without question. Rather, he is invited to consider for himself whether he is reading a book of fiction or nonfiction, whether he is reading is invention or historical fact. On one point alone, not necessarily decisive for the theory of cosmic
Edusa, you out
catastrophism,
there?
I borrow
Andy,
credence. I
Shockwave,
use
Polly,
a
go to the Great Hall
synchronical
if you wanna
scale
chat.
of
If you
Egyptian
don't feel
and
like it,
Hebrew
it's cool.
histories,
I just
which
thought I'd
is
give
not
everybody a
orthodox.
chance to
It was in the
say
spring of
something if they want
1940
to before I
that I
go.
came upon the idea that in the days of the Exodus, as evident from many passages of the scriptures, there occurred a great physical catastrophe, and that such an event could serve in determining the time of the Exodus in Egyptian history, or in establishing a synchronical scale for the histories of the peoples concerned. Thus, I started Ages in Chaos, a reconstruction of the history of the ancient world from the middle of the second millennium, before the present era, to the advent of Alexander the
Whenever
Great.
ratings are down, I just
Already,
go to Emmanuel
in the
Velikovsky
fall
and they
of
just
that same year,
magically go up.
1940, I felt that I had acquired an understanding of the real nature and extent of the catastrophe.
Hello?
For 9 years,
Hey,
I
what's
worked
up,
on
guys?
both projects,
Let
the
this
Hello.
political and natural
Just finish
histories.
and then we'll
Although
click it.
Ages in Chaos was finished
see.
first
It's,
in the order of publication, it will
5
follow
minutes.
this work.
5 minutes.
Worlds in
Stay
Collision comprises only the last 2 acts of the cosmic drama. A few earlier acts, one of them known as the Deluge, will be the subject of another volume of natural history. The historical cosmological story of this book is based on the evidence of historical texts of many peoples around the globe.
Wargold,
in the Great Hall.
Wargold, me, and Polly. The Wargold, or Wargould, 84.
Hey, hi,
Hello.
Greg.
The sound, I don't know. I don't know if it's just me. Is it just me? But the sound is kind of low, or your mic is kind of low.
Greg, you didn't balance our microphones with your microphones. Drop our levels down to your level.
There you go.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Still not loud enough. Which one, Mom? Which one?
I'm not hearing you, Greg.
Oh, there I am. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you
We'll
hear
have
me
to
now?
wait. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait a second. You know, because there's the delay,
Oh,
the
yeah, let
delay
me
on
know.
YouTube. So
Right.
I'll let you know.
And let me know if there's a buzz too, because I got the mic at, oh, it was at 98. I'll put it on 58.
Oh, I hear a buzz.
No, I got it on 58.
I don't hear any buzz.
You don't hear a buzz? God,
Not anymore. There was for like a second, but not anymore.
Okay, yeah, I turned the mic down. It was 98. I got it.
Yeah, I can hear you on YouTube now. Bring yourself up to about 75, Greg.
What's that?
Bring yourself up to 75.
Okay. Now I got some background, and when I use a gate, it
What were you
cuts
just
too
doing
much.
there? Because it's making a buzzing noise.
Okay, I turned it up to 78.
It's too high.
What?
Too high?
Yeah.
Did you leave it at 78?
No, I'm moving it back down now. Okay, it's 62.
Just get closer to your mic, I think. I don't
Okay.
No, there's something else going on. Stop, people.
Okay.
The buzzing isn't.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect.
Can you hear it? Yeah, I'm
yeah,
right
that's
on top
perfect.
of the microphone.
No buzzing.
So just like that, huh? All right.
Yeah, you can't you can't be 5 meters away from the microphone and expect it to pick back up your voice, right?
Right, I guess that's true. But
And
on a
you
good
need-
microphone, it shouldn't matter. I should be able to be
Well,
5 feet away. Or
I'm
3
on a
feet.
I'm on a what, a $25 or $35 wireless headset. That's all you really need for YouTube. You don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on a beautiful microphone.
That's true.
Like a
I use a microphone I got from the 98-cent store in 1998.
But I have to record shows. I can't record a show on a little headset. I have to get a nice microphone.
Why?
Well, the beauty of the headset is that you're never that far from the mic, so you don't really have to worry about it.
There's no variability. There's no
I like to
variability in
record
sound.
music, though. You can't go recording music on a tape recorder or microphone. It'll sound like that.
No, well, you need a mic for that. But
Yeah.
when you're talking, you should have.
Yeah,
be
I
on
guess
a
you're
headset.
right. Maybe I'll just go out and get me a cheap little headset and start using it.
Yeah, just buy yourself a USB wireless headset.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna cost from Logitech. They're gonna cost like $40 down in the States, $30 down in the States.
Yeah.
And it creates its own separate sound system on your computer, not on your sound card, not on anything, and it'll work seamlessly, no problem.
Here comes. Look it. I got it.
Now.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm trying to turn your mic up just a little bit, and Polly too, just a little bit. Okay. Talk, Polly. That's all I get is a grunt. Just give me a little talk there.
Okay, so we in the chat we were talking about
That's better.
did we go to the moon or not?
Right. Yeah. I think we went. That's right.
But my what about the radiation belt? I mean,
well, that's it. That is interesting. They do talk about that in a couple of videos. One of them, they say that for the Van Allen belt, they went through at the thinnest part, and they used their what?
Sorry to interrupt. You need to turn your microphone back up to like 75, 80 because you're lower than the rest of us again.
Okay, it's a 75 now. Is it buzzing?
No.
No buzzing?
No.
Yeah, no buzz.
Huh?
stay closer to the mic.
Okay,
it's not buzzing.
Close to the mic. Okay. All right, well, I'll just stay close to the mic. It's hard, though, because, I have to lean forward. I'm going to have to get me a new mic stand. I'll just get one for my head, like you said. That's the way to beat it all. Just go buy a little $30 headset.
Yeah, I think that's everybody does it now.
yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. Probably end a lot of headaches for me, because I'm always battling this freaking noise monster.
There we go.
Yeah, when you got to worry about things like that, it takes the creativity right out of you. Oh, by the way, Paul, you were asking me about hydrogen peroxide. I wish I could get you this book to listen to.
No, I got the book.
Oh, you did?
And I also, they also sell, what he recommends. They have a store, and I bought some.
What is it? You're ahead of me now. See, I'm just drinking
Well,
it in water.
it was $20.
What was the name of the store?
It's the 1 minute miracle.
Oh, wow!
.com.
I didn't get that far.
And their prices. I mean, I went and looked and priced this stuff because there's, people, and the prices are just can be really crazy, and others can be really cheap. But you have to really try to find out the ingredients or whatever, because they can say it's organic or whatever, but they some of them tell you if there's no stabilizers, others don't say anything about it.
Right.
And
Yep. That's true.
I mean, it gets things. So I was like, well, wait a minute.
All right. Well, I'm
So I was
going
reading the
to
book.
them.
I'm like,
then. Yeah.
maybe these guys sell it.
Yeah.
So so I just punched up 1 minute miracle,
Right.
and lo and behold, there's a shop, and they have all different size bottles, whatever, and they so for $20 I got it's 16 ounces
Right.
of 3%.
Okay.
And you get a little drop or two with it, because I'm not going to spend more than that.
Are you using it like to put in the water and drinking it? Like
Yeah,
I
I'm
am?
going to be taking it.
Yeah.
For sure.
What
I'm just waiting
percent?
for it.
What
I'm waiting
percent?
for it to come. So I mean, I'm
What
kind of
percent
excited about
food
it.
grade is it?
It's 35%.
Yes,
but
that's.
but
See,
they
I found out
diluted
I'm
it.
only using 3%. So.
Well, it's 35%, but you can actually, I mean, this is the only place that I saw that I
Yes.
found that you could actually buy 35%
Right.
in the bottle to you.
Very hard.
But
Yes.
but there's something about the about shipping or something that it's I don't know, there's like certain grades or certain percentage that is legally you're able to ship compared to 35%, because 35% is very, I mean, that's very corrosive and
Right. Well, I'll tell you
hurt
what.
people.
I didn't really look at the percent, but I got the weakest one, 3% food grade. It's from Essential Oxygen. And the
Right,
first
yeah,
time
that
I
one-
did it,
that one seemed
I
okay.
threw up. The first time I did it, I threw up.
Well,
The
yeah.
second time I did it, I threw up. And I thought, maybe this isn't for me. So I just diluted it in more water. And then that time it took. Now I'm not throwing up no more. I'm not trying.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not careful, because
Yeah,
what
I
it
get
does is
used to it.
it causes bubbles. It bubbles in your stomach,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it starts eating. It starts eating up your stomach. I mean,
Well,
you got to be
yeah,
really, really
you
careful
gotta,
with it.
You just got to use it like they tell you. They tell you right in. They give you explicit directions every day what to do.
But I mean, if you threw up, I'm not. I don't know about that.
I did.
I'm not going to throw.
I
I'm
did,
not
but
throwing up.
That
I'm
was
not
the
gonna
first
do it if it
time.
makes me
That was just the first time.
Fuck that. I
because
don't want to do it then. Sorry, my
You're
language,
not. You're
but
not listening to me, man.
I am listening.
I threw
I hear
because
you.
I put too much in. I didn't have it mixed right.
You put how many drops did you put in?
Oh man, I just put a bunch of dry. I just like filled the cap and put it in.
Oh.
Put the water in and started drinking it.
Oh, see, I researched,
Yeah,
and I
well,
know that's bad.
Yeah, I learned the hard way.
Wow, I mean, you could have been sent to the hospital, because that's a lot of people. I mean,
See, when it
they
said,
don't.
"Oh, it's food grade," I can do. Yeah, well.
Oh my gosh! Well, you didn't read.
I know.
See, I read that book. I read it inside and out.
Well, I listened to it, but I thought he meant a capful per 6 ounces, but they're talking about drops.
A little drop of
Yeah.
3%, right?
Then
You
once
start
I
off.
started using it right and increased I'm good now. No more.
Well, then you
throwing
got
up.
lucky, because you could have got really sick.
Yeah, well, how it is.
I mean,
I'm
so what?
desperate.
So
I got cancer.
yeah.
I
So
don't
what
wanna
I
have
got
it
was
anymore.
it's 35%, but they diluted it for you so that it's 3% of 35%.
Right. Well, that's
Right.
what I have. Right now I have one called Essential Oxygen, food grade, 3% hydrogen peroxide.
Do you remember how much it cost?
$12. It's pretty cheap.
I can hardly hear you.
$12.
$12 for how much?
With 20 ounces. Looks like about 20 ounces.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not bad. It's cheap. It's hydrogen peroxide.
That's much cheaper than what I paid for. Shoot.
Yeah. Well, you got the one that's all logged out and everything. That's what I'm going to go after. I'm going after that, because why guess when you can just do that?
I just went with it because
Well, that's
I was getting so confused trying to find out, does it have stabilizers in it? Does it have, is it in the right kind of a container?
Yeah.
Because, and stuff. So I'm like, well, whatever. Then I just went, I don't know what to do. And because I was researching it for like a week. And I went, I want to buy this stuff now. I don't want to.
Well, see, I have a high tolerance to drugs. That's why I can eat like those gummies for THC and CBD. I can eat them all day and I don't even feel anything. You know, and even when I take prescription medication like my sleeping meds, I have to take 2 instead of 1 because drugs don't seem to affect me like.
You know, some people are like that.
So that's why I did that. You know, I thought, yeah, I can probably handle it. I handle everything.
Oh.
But boy, was I wrong. Yeah, and so I learned to respect it. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to be real careful
I
when it
just
comes
want
to that.
get right into where it's killing it. You know, that's why let's get right to it. Let's elevate the process.
I know. Well,
but now I back down. Now I'm up to about 7 drops right now.
And you're feeling better. That's what matters.
Oh my God, it's getting smaller. It feels like it's getting smaller as we talk. It's crazy since I started taking it, and I'm sure it's not just that, because I've been fighting it for over a year with fenbendazole, and Jan got me on B17. Carter got me on fenbendazole and ivermectin. I put ivermectin on it superficially. I don't ingest it. This stuff
you
is
know
so
what?
nasty. I can't even begin to tell you.
Is it really nasty?
Oh God, I hate it. Yeah. But I put
Some
it
things
on
like
Edusa.
I know.
And then drowning, of course, and
When Grouch was telling you to put, to put it in your ears.
yeah.
I mean, think about it. That would be a more direct way to your lymph node, if you think about it.
If I just pour it in my ear.
Don't pour it. Just, dilute it and drop it in there.
Dilute it.
Yeah.
How much though? See, I don't.
I would just take make your 6 ounces and put the drop in there or whatever. I think maybe, I don't know, 1 drop. That's all I would do is just 1 drop. And then
is Andy still here? Andy?
I don't see him. Not in here.
No, he's not here.
Well, you sure you have to dilute it? Can't you just take it? Because it's already 3%.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Are we talking about peroxide, putting peroxide in your ears? Because I've done that 100 times to clean earwax out of my ears, and I just poured straight peroxide in my ears.
That's what I thought.
But I didn't dilute it at all.
Yeah, well, when you
and it didn't probably.
That's different kind of peroxide. That's just plain over-the-counter peroxide. We're talking about food grade.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the difference between the two is because I really haven't
looked.
Food
Grade is 100% peroxide.
Oh, is that right? Is that what it is?
Well, it's 35% peroxide, and the rest of it, the other is distilled water.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it would be 100% peroxide.
No one can
And
buy
then you have to dilute it.
35% is the highest that they sell to anybody, even people that for commercial use or whatever. 35% is the most you can get, because anything above that is for scientific purposes, like to make fuel for a rocket or something.
Yeah, lab.
Yeah.
For lab stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't. But 35% is still too much for normal consumption. And in that book, The 1 Minute Miracle, he breaks it down like, this is what the percentages are used for.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I've listened to it twice now.
So are you saying that the food grade is stronger than the first aid stuff you buy at the store?
Yeah,
no,
definitely.
I don't know if it's stronger or weaker, but one you can adjust and the other you can't.
Because the kind that you get at the grocery store, that's got stabilizers in it and some other things, some other additives that you can't ingest. That's why they tell you don't drink the stuff, because it's really bad for you.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And the container that it's in. So.
Oh, so they remove that and it makes it drink.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for that's what I was looking for when I went shopping for it. It's like, okay, no stabilizers, GMO, and there's some other things, additives that they put in there. Plus the container has to be polyurethane, and it shouldn't be glass. It even shouldn't be glass. Because there's something that leaches off of the glass that's really bad for you after a certain amount of time if it's sitting in the glass. and you're supposed to keep it in the refrigerator.
Okay.
Always. And they give you like a little blue. When I bought mine, they gave you a free little. It's a little container. I think it's for 1 ounce or something, with the dropper in there,
Yeah.
and it's blue.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to keep that in the refrigerator too. So you're supposed to keep it refrigerated, otherwise it will lose its potency.
Okay. Okay, but now I'm using a coffee mug. Would that be okay?
You're using what?
A coffee mug.
Yeah, because you're just drinking it. Yeah.
Right, coffee mug. Yeah.
You're drinking it right away. It's not sitting there.
No.
Yeah.
But if it
Yeah,
is sitting there, what does it need to be in?
if it's just sitting there, it should either be in the container that it came in, or one of those little blue vials. But those little blue vials, or I call it a vial, but it's a little, it's a container that I think it only holds like 1 ounce or whatever.
Now you
And
can also go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. The book tells you about the containers and the different containers.
Oh.
And so
Well-
that's why I ended up going to the website, because
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, they know what they're talking about.
Right. Right. I forgot what I was going to say now. Damn. It was good too. It was important.
Oh darn.
I know.
Sorry.
It's okay. What did you say just before that?
What about the stabilizers and polyurethane
Yeah,
container?
all that stuff and shoot. Oh,
what?
Yes. They have nebulizers too, and they say it's a lot
Yeah.
more easier on your body to use it in a nebulizer.
Yeah, I've seen that
So
too. Yeah.
you put a little bit in the water, and then you just put it up to your nose and have like a 15-minute breathe session with it.
Right.
That might be a good way to go. Right now, I have a
Yeah.
room diffuser, and I put it in my diffuser to let it run.
Yeah. I guess as long as you keep to the prescribed amount you're supposed to be taking, and not think, well.
Well, an important thing is always have check your oxygen level. You know them little things you put on your finger, and it tells you usually it's like way up there in the high 90s. Those little monitors.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Put it on the end of your finger. Yeah, because mine is. Every time I've ever used one of them, it's always been way up there. But I used it not long ago. I have one. I bought one, and when I first started using it, it was reading 94, and I read, and that's kind of low. But then they say when people get older, it reads lower, but it's supposed to be above 95.
Why would that matter if you're older?
I don't know, but that's what it says. But anyway, so since I've been using the hydrogen peroxide, it's back up to 96. But it was before.
Oh, that's excellent then.
It was low. It was 94.
That's excellent.
I didn't know that until I got this little thing. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. Yeah.
If my stomach gets upset even a little bit, I won't be doing it.
Well, like I said, I didn't mean to scare you. That's why I would say listen to me. Because I did. I overdo everything because I think I have to, and that's where I learned the lesson. I better not.
I think you definitely did the right thing by that. Like I told you before, I had a friend that her dog had a really bad, he had cancer on his penis. I mean, the poor dog. And he had this huge tumor that was on his penis. It was awful.
Yeah.
And she went to a health food store to get something, and the person saw her dog and suggested to do this. And this was like 10 years ago when I knew this girl, and told her, to give 1 drop in his food or whatever.
Yeah.
And within 6 months, the tumor had, I saw this dog, the thing was immense, and it had shrunken down to nothing.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. If people found out that no matter what you get, you can cure yourself of it with hydrogen peroxide, that goodbye freaking, hundreds of thousands of dollars for treatments. And that's what they're about.
I know.
That's what they're about. They're so corrupt, it's ridiculous. Doctors, MDs and DOs have been relegated to illegal drug dealers, really.
Well, I know they get paid from, that's how they live, because they get paid for how much, drugs they push down people.
Exactly, and then they can just cut somebody off. My son knew a woman. She was older. She was like in her 50s. She was getting narcos, like quite a few of them, because she had bad back pain. Doctor cut her off. She didn't have any money. She didn't know what to do. She was so dope sick she couldn't even get out of bed. So someone gave her the idea to buy a pack of heroin. She bought a pack of heroin and overdosed. Died.
Oh my.
Doctor. Fucking doctor.
I watched my sister she got addicted to was it started with the V, some drug. This was like in the early 80s that she was taking because I forget what happened. That's right. She had really bad warts on her. Anyway, she got these things burned off and they were killing her. Hands were hurting her all the time. So he, the doctor prescribed whatever it was for her pain, and she got addicted to these things. I mean, and the doctor just cut her off. Just, okay, that's it. No more no more prescriptions. That's it. And she was climbing the walls. I mean, she just was. I mean, watching her go through that, I'm like, oh, that taught me a lot of things.
Oh, I know.
You would think that these supposed medical professionals would be well aware that they should like wean people off of this stuff, and they just don't. I mean, it makes you really wonder what's going through their minds. It seems completely insane.
Yeah, they know. They don't care. They don't even warn people. That's like the last time I had to go to the hospital.
Keep talking. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
When I went to the doctor, because my back was hurting me so bad. Well, anyway, it turns out I was having a kidney stone, which was, I would rather have had a baby. This thing was so painful. Anyway, but I remember laying on the bed and begging them, please don't give me morphine. I don't want morphine. Please don't give me morphine. And the ladies go, oh, well, don't worry about it. And I'm like, I am worried about it. I don't want that. I don't want that stuff. And my husband just kind of looked at her, and they looked at each other, and they just kind of like, well, we don't care what you think. We're going to give this to you. Anyway, they gave it to me. And I mean, it was instantaneous, right? The pain just was gone. And I fell asleep, and I woke up like 4 hours later, and the kidney stone had passed or whatever. And it was the greatest thing. It was the greatest thing. I'm like that. It was the best drug I had ever had. And I'm one of these people, I could get addicted to this stuff. That's why, I don't take stuff like that, because when one day I need it, I want it to work, because the more you take, the more tolerance you build up.
Oh yeah. It's funny you should mention that, because I also had kidney stones before, and I had the exact opposite experience when I went to the hospital.
Really?
They literally thought that I was in there faking it, trying to get drugs, and they wouldn't give me anything.
They thought I was faking it too. Yeah.
Yeah. And they wouldn't give me nothing at all. It wasn't until they actually took the MRI or CT scan, whichever it was, and actually saw the stones that they actually believed I had something really wrong with me.
Oh my God, that's so painful, isn't it? Oh my God. I mean, it was just, it was, I thought I was standing there waiting to be admitted or whatever. And I'm like, I think I'm going to faint or throw up or something. And I was, after that, I mean, they didn't tell me, hey, this is what you do to avoid getting, this is what you need to do so that you don't get kidney stones anymore. Nobody told me anything. So when I went home, I started researching on how I can avoid getting that again. Yeah.
Yeah, the doctors just told me to stop drinking soda. That was it. That was all they told me.
Yeah, they did tell me that too. And I was a soda drinker. I did drink like 7-Up, but not constantly. I don't know. I was a iced tea drinker.
Yeah, I did drink a lot of soda. I'll say that. I was a heavy soda drinker. I was probably drinking like 6 cans a day at the time when it happened. So.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I mean, I remember I had a friend of mine that when we were young, we were in school and we were walking into school, and she got real pale, and I go, what's the matter? And she goes, I don't know, my back really hurts really bad, and then she fainted. and she had a kidney stone. You know, the ambulance came and took her away or whatever, and she had what she had was a kidney stone. But I mean, and I remember asking her like, what happened? What kind of pain? She said it was so pain. I mean, the pain was so bad it caused her to faint. You know, so that's the first thing that went through my head. It's like, oh my God. Now I know what she felt like. Oh, poor girl.
I'm back. I'm gonna have to go soon. My cat is driving me absolutely crazy to eat. I gotta go.
You haven't fed your cat yet?
Well, I got one can, but I should have bought more because she's hungry again. I gotta go.
Well, what?
I haven't gone
Aw.
grocery shopping, man. I've been waiting, but I gotta go to run down to the 7-Eleven and grab her a can of cat food.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
if
got
you guys,
some
if you
kidneys
guys
myself.
want to chat for about 10 more minutes, I'll let you chat while I'm gone, and when I come
I
back,
don't
we'll
care.
wrap
That's
it up.
fine.
Okay.
Um,
I'll be back in 10.
We in the chat in the live chat we were talking about was the moon landing, did it really happen or didn't it? What do you think?
Oh yeah, I definitely don't think that stuff was legit. Not at all. No way.
Yeah,
So.
me too. I mean, not after all the stuff that they came. I mean, I'm sure some of it was not real. I mean, what they were showing, but for the most part, there was so much stuff that's for the thing that it was faked. That it's and when I think about it, the technology. How in the world could they come up with the technology in like 10 years? Oh, see, that we were.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But we were also talking. I said in the chat before that I've like when he's doing a live stream, whatever's going on with his mic, whatever's happening, you know, you can hear that. And I've told him, he goes, no, you know, they can't hear me in the live stream when, you know, like when he's got a video playing, when he puts up a video that's something like he read or whatever, and it's just going. And I go, no,
Yeah.
yeah, they can hear you because it's live. He goes, no, they can't. I don't think he's ever gone back and just listened to one of his shows when he has people talking with him during the video or whatever. I don't think he's ever done that, because if he did, he would see that, yes, you can hear everything. You know, see, like that. I gotta go. Things like that. I don't know, but he gotta figure that out.
Yeah,
Anyway.
when he just said like I gotta go, I was like didn't even know if he was actually talking to us or if we were just hearing the
No,
mic
he
again.
wasn't.
You know.
We just heard it. We just heard it. But what I'm saying is, anybody in the chat can hear it too.
Yeah.
I've heard him get angry at his kids. I've heard him ask, you know, his son to bring him a joint. You know, and I'm like, did you know we can all hear you? No, they can't. They can't hear me. I'm like, yeah, I think they can. I know I can. Oh, he's still looking for a change.
Oh boy.
The cat. See? Oh well. How much? Anyway, what is your name? I don't. My name's Cindy. I don't know.
I'm Scott.
Don't think I've ever met
So-
you.
Yeah, well, you guys see me all the time. What the different? So there's obviously some shenanigans going on, but that's because on YouTube I'm Modern Maniac.
Oh, you are.
Yeah.
You know, I thought you were. For some reason, I thought you were a girl. I don't know why I thought that. Oh my God,
Oh,
we think
God.
the same. We think the same, don't we? See, we can hear him.
Yeah, I actually can't even hear you right now over him. So.
So we think the same. So you have the same signs that I do. The same. You said we have the same astrology signs.
Well, yeah, I was one who said like I don't know when I was born. I just know I'm a Capricorn. I don't know the time I was born, so I couldn't give you that.
Time is kind of it's important for certain things, but that's just for your
Yeah.
rising sign.
Yeah. I just have no idea what time I was born, so I just.
But, I mean, how close was I when? Because I said, well, Capricorn. If you're a Capricorn moon, right? You're Capricorn moon, right?
No, I'm a Capricorn sun. We didn't. You didn't.
Wait a
We
minute,
didn't
I didn't
even.
do you. I didn't do you. I did somebody else. With the
Yeah. You did a bunch of other people. I think, like a couple anyway.
The cat.
So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, my birthday's the 28th, December 28th,
What year?
1984.
So you're young. I wonder if my book has that. It goes up to that. Let me see here. Yes, it does. So December 28th. Not okay. So your moon sign. Oh, you're a Pisces. Oh, you're a Pisces. So Pisces, they like people.
Well,
Or
that makes sense.
I mean, there's some people that pretend that they like people, but they really don't. You know what I mean? Or there's, because Pisces, Capricorn, Capricorns. It just depends upon what other, you know, what other planets and things you have like going on around that
Yeah.
that make can make a big difference about things like certain things. I don't know. I just know with me that's what I am, what I have. That is what I am. I mean, I'm a Virgo and I have the characteristics of a Virgo, but that's my sun sign. I mean, I nature and animals and that kind of stuff. And I'm try to be what's the word? I don't know, like non-GMO kind of a person. But then I'm a Gemini rising, which is my personality. It denotes my personality, and a Gemini is a twin. It's it's dual. So I'm really good about understanding a male perspective and a female perspective, and I get along with both male and female, and I do male and female things. Like I'm really good at doing male things that people would not think a girl should do, and I can do those things, no problem. But my other thing, my moon sign, your moon sign is the way you think, the way that you inside of you, the way that you think, not that other people think you think, but the way that you think. So some of the I don't know. Capricorn and a Pisces. Well, Pisces they've got some psychic stuff going on. They're pretty intuitive. So that, and so your moon sign. So yeah, you should be pretty intuitive. And Capricorns are, I don't know if this is you, but they're grandiose in the way that they can sit around and talk about new ideas, or the way of taking something that's old and making it better or new, or you're thinking of, I don't know, a new way of doing something, or or creating something, or that's Capricorns they think a lot about stuff like that, or at least that's what their sign description is. And I don't know if that's like you, but because you're a Pisces, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I'm not really quite sure. I know some of the combinations, but not all. And the reason why I even know anything about astrology is because I wanted to know how it worked, right? And that's when I came up with that. Finally, in the end, I just came up with, well, how can any of the planet be here and over there, and how can it work or change or do anything to a person? And then I came up with, well, your body is water, right? It's like whatever it is, 75% water, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to pull, and how things are pulled, the way the water is pulled in your body, the cells, how they go here and there, just a little slight changes from where the planets are in relationship to the Earth. Maybe that's how the things change. And you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, because like the moon controls the tides, so I mean, like I get it, that what you're saying, And
Yeah.
since it's all really vibration, like it can definitely like you think that it could affect the vibration, and so then where things are would matter because that's the vibrations you're like it's like setting your vibrations to like those vibrations.
Right, right. That's how, yeah, and that's how yeah, and those vibrations, when you have those certain vibrations going on, this is what happens to your personality. I mean,
Hmm.
that's, you know what I'm saying? This is how it can affect you. But then it's so convoluted. I mean, in the end, I just wanted to know how astrology, how can it actually affect, how does it work to make somebody's personality be the way that it is? But there's lots of things in my chart, my whole chart, that totally made no sense. It's like that doesn't apply to me at all. Some of the things. So, I don't know, but I don't know. And then I felt like, well, I shouldn't be studying this stuff anyway. It's like, what did I study it for? I just, in the end, what did I learn? Really didn't learn anything. So, because there's no answer for, I mean, at least now maybe there is, but I couldn't find one at the time. I just wanted to know how astrology actually, what's the mechanism there? How does it work? And I really couldn't find any answer. Maybe there's somebody out there that has answers now, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not sure anyone really has the answer to that. I think people have hypothesis, people have opinions, but I don't think anyone has any definitive answer for how it really works. But if you look at it by and large, it kind of does work. Like you said, it's not like 100%, accurate down to a T, but like for the most part, I mean, a lot of it is going to end up being right the majority of the time.
Yeah. And so that's kind of, it's just weird. And like I did
Yeah,
this
I mean,
thing. Yeah.
that's the kind of that's why like originally like when I was younger I thought it was all this bunch of nonsense like whatever, oh, you're gonna meet the love of your life on your lunch break today in your horoscope, and it's like I still don't believe in that kind of crap, but like I definitely have found over the years that people that have similar signs tend to be very similar in personality and in their interests and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and certain things, yeah, like okay, I was gonna say about a Gemini, a Virgo and Gemini share the same planet. They're the only two signs that share the same one planet, and that's Mercury. And Mercury is the planet of communication. And so basically, and I'm a Scorpio moon, which means I've got a lot of intuitive whatever, and and I mean I don't know, I'm an empath or whatever you want to call it. I feel other people's, perfect strangers. I can feel their ailments. Like it's just stupid. But anyway, and which I turned that off. I thought I don't want to do this anymore because I would feel like crap, and I wouldn't know why until I would find out later why, after the person either died or they got better. I mean, I could tell you all kinds of stories about that. And I didn't know really anything about astrology or anything when all this stuff was happening to me before. Like I would have all these weird things happen. Like, anyway, well, Gemini, I mean, of Gemini and a Virgo and a Scorpio, they're the most, psychic or whatever you want to call it. And I'm not saying I can read people's minds or anything like that. No, I don't at all. Um, but as far as communication goes and the way that I think, because Virgos analyze everything, constantly analyzing. I think about things and I'm analyzing it. And Gemini, they think about things and they analyze, but then you do things from two perspectives of male and female. So that's what I said before. It's like it's impossible to make a decision because it's just impossible to make decisions on things because I'm just constantly analyzing everything. But I think about everything all the time, and that's the trait of my things, and that is how I am. So that's one thing I can say that does agree. I do agree with with my chart on that. That is how I am. And also Scorpio is um uh, it's a dark thing, and I don't like when people offend me or when somebody does something to me that's obviously they've done something wrong and it's wrong. I just don't I don't make any confrontations or anything. I just, I don't get mad. I get even. And I don't think about it a lot, but I mean, I don't let other people, even what they say or whatever, really affect me, but I don't forget about it either. So, but anyway, that's how that is. That's At least that's what got me involved in that. So I do like to see how other people, what their signs are and stuff, because it's interesting to me. And the one thing I did say before was I did a study of this, and it was 200 people, and this is when AOL chat was, and I was a AOL chat host, and I did this thing where I asked people, like, if they wanted to, they could tell me their birth date and stuff and a time, and I would do their thing, their chart, because I wanted to see how close, what was going on. And most of the people, I would say 98% of the people that I did like 200 people, and everybody had in the moon, sun, and your rising sign, it had all these certain, like Virgo, like one of these three had either Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius, Pisces was another one. There was like 4 Pacific signs that everybody shared in common, that they're all about communication, which I found very interesting. So, I mean, the internet isn't for everyone.
Guys, I got to wrap up. I just got back.
Well, that was quick.
Did you guys have a good show? Did you have a good talk? Yeah.
Yeah, I talked a lot.
Well, you make up for lost time, Polly. That's okay.
Well, I know I haven't talked for a while, so I have to stop it.
Yeah, well, it's good. Get it out, debrief, put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to have another internet little Skype call on Wednesday night for the folks on Patreon. So, I'll put you on the list if you want to answer the phone.
What time? Do you know what time?
We usually go live about 9.
9 your time?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I was thinking if I could get Edusa on, though, we might go earlier. I'll just keep you posted.
I'll have to keep watch, though, then, and see.
Who else do we got still? I'm not looking at Discord. Is everyone still here, or just 3?
No. It's just me and Scott.
Oh, Scott. Hey, good, Scott. Scott, are you the new guy on Patreon, too?
Oh, yeah, Greg. So I told.
Good to meet you, man. Good to welcome aboard.
Yeah. So I was saying, so on YouTube, I'm Modern Maniac.
Oh, you're Modern Maniac?
That's why you.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's a small world. Yeah. I love Modern
Yeah, so that's why, there's been some confusion because I have 2 different, screen names depending on what I'm on.
Yeah.
So that's why, if people were, I had to, obviously, everyone wasn't figuring it out, so.
Yeah, because you were watching me on Patreon. That's why I said, oh, you must be a Patreon. That's cool. I didn't know that. But
yeah, that's why, you look down the list, you're like, oh, and he's not on the list for Patreon. It's because, I got I use a War Ghoul on everything but YouTube. On YouTube, I'm Modern Maniac.
Okay, War Ghoul. That's a pretty wild name. Yeah. You must be a gamer, huh?
No, actually, so I got the name from a song by the band Gwar, if you know them.
No, I'll have to check it out.
I've heard of them, yeah.
That sounds pretty cool. Gwar. What's your name?
Yeah, they're a old school heavy metal band.
Yeah.
They started in the 80s. So
I wonder, I never heard of him. The guy who likes all the obscure bands is Edusa. He knows just about all of them, but I'm into a lot of them. So I'll have to check that out. Gwar. I'll go on SoundCloud, and look for them. Are they there?
I'm not. I don't know. I would imagine probably.
Shockwave said something about his friend's band too, but I can't remember where to find it. I'll have to talk to him again. But anyways, just want to say thanks for tuning in, everyone, and thank you for giving the good conversation, you guys. I appreciate that. And anytime that we're chatting, you feel free to amble on in. You're welcome to come on board and chat with the gang.
Well, cool. Yeah, I usually check to see.
Oh, Frank, I just want to tell you that we will do Jeopardy next time. Okay, I couldn't get done.
Had a lot going on. Today was Sunday.
Oh, good. Jeopardy's fun.
Yeah, we remember when we did it last time. Frank was the champ. That was like about 3 months ago.
That was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, all right.
That's right.
Well, I'm gonna probably close with a couple songs. I'll say goodnight, and I got a new upload coming this week, so look for that. Probably toward the end of the week, and we got the Patreon live. So please join Patreon if you can, and help the starving artist. All right, guys. I'll see you next time, huh? Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, Frank. Good night, Ray. Love Ray. Ray is.
Okay.
Bye. Good night, Modern. And love Ray. He's been here since the beginning. Shockwave 2. Donnie Walker. Good to meet you. And
Donnie Walker.
hey, Jill. Hello, Jill. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good.
Jill W.
I'm glad you're still with me. That's wonderful news. And Paulie, Lurkin. Good. Well, Lurkin got. Somebody didn't like what Lurkin said, and they did their job. You see, we got good people. All right, I'm gonna probably play a tune. I might play one more video if I can find it. But I'm gonna play a tune. I can't go over 6 hours, and I know we're getting close. Let's see. We started at 5 hours and 16 minutes. That's not bad. All right, I'm gonna play a song and look for this video, and then I'll be back because I hate leaving. You know that. I just hate it. All right, I'll be back.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Oh, the darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Besides, just ain't no home. The time she goes away.
How's that costume? Maybe some Tom Petty. It's pretty cool.
This will be it, guys. This segment.
Anybody look like a Mary Jane?
Who's a drunk bastard in the house tonight? Let me hear it. Drunk bastard. Let me hear it. Anybody? Oh, man. We don't love nothing more than a bunch of drunk people. I'm telling you right now.
Let him go. Just let him go. Play good character. I could stay here all night. You know I could, but I gotta go.